And we're back. Stood in the rain. Same as it ever was.
My God, what have I done?
Alright. How's everybody doing? It's very windy again. Kinda hasn't stopped, kinda comes and goes. We were sealing the bathroom window shut with a towel, because as has been discussed, it doesn't close properly. You just kind of wedge it shut. The forces of nature didn't really give a shit. I got out of bed today, about 6 a.m. I haven't been up since 6 a.m, but didn't sleep very well as ever. I tend to not. Window was wide open. Clearly the thing had just been ripped. Wide open towel. Who knows where it is now? It's probably several countries over. Never see the thing again. I gotta presume that's what happened and hope we weren't like horribly boggled, but my room seems intact, unfortunately. I have received no unwanted assistance in tidying any of this, so no bogglers, just a lot of wind, I think. But that's all good, because we can focus on the problems of the people of Ravishol instead. So we spoke with Leo. I'm trying to remember where we're even at. Like, I know where we are, obviously. We're at Mr. Clare's container. We just spoke to him. I don't recall it being a particularly brilliant or fruitful conversation. But he did task us with opening an apartment door. He doesn't want us to go in. He just wants us to mess with whoever's inside. So we're supposed to go and speak to Mañana to get the key to this door. Okay, that's fair enough. He's a ways farther down. We'll find our way there. My kind of inconsistent relationship with coffee continues to be inconsistent because I have some again, though potentially, as ever, shouldn't. Kvalsund means White Fjord in Arden. I didn't actually see where that was written. Oh, yeah, there it is. Right there on the floor. Impressive he was able to read that upside down from a distance. When I couldn't even from, you know, the bird's eye view I'm supposed to be able to interpret it from. But you know, we help each other out. This guy does the detective work in the game, and I click on stuff. We're a team. Everything's coming up Thrillho. Now, I'm probably in a bad place camera-wise, but I probably just won't even have it on, thinking about it. I was going to spend a while accommodating the camera in the bottom left, like it's the player picture, but I think that's, I don't feel stupid enough to do that today. To sit there for like 10 minutes fiddling with that without being like, why am I doing this? Hey, Bingus in the building. It's happening again. How are you doing? Demand democracy. Sorry, that's not an instruction for you, Bingus. Demand all the democracy you want to demand. I was within the game. So, see it continue can't open equip or pry bar. I've yet to find that really works outside of one time. I'm thinking about so much. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. What am I suddenly thinking about so much? Is it conceptualization? No, that doesn't make sense. I don't think I have to conceptualize my knowledge of this being a harbour. It quite clearly is one. There he is.
So, how'd you like our harbour?
It was nice enough.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Everett said you have a key to a door.
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
He said it belonged to a weasel.
Oh, say no more. I got you.
First Lady Bingus. I can say it. I think that's a future on somebody's cards. Oh, say no more, I got you. He taps the side of his nose with a little wink.
I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
I heard something about a weasel and it didn't sound like a local polar weasel, if you know what I mean.
Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was being racist. I thought that was the encyclopedia part of my brain talking about, like, a certain type of weed. You know, there's all cryptozoology stuff. I wasn't oh, God. I'm sorry, Manana. That was, There's no excuse. I didn't know what I was saying, genuinely.
What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the wailing in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay. I gotta bear in mind when I'm talking to people that some of what I said could be accidentally racist within the fiction of a world that I'm not necessarily always particularly prescient of. Where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this task, this weasel person, when he'll be home?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
Actually, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Everard's law sounds mathematical.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilantes?
There is only one law, friend, and that's me.
Why not? Must be nice being something else for a change. The rest of us are just folks.
That's fair enough. Do you have any idea who killed the hanged man?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
I mean, this harbor is a prime area of suspicion. In your opinion, are the dock workers involved in the killing?
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed how? I'm pressing 1. It is not doing anything. Pushed how?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
Hold up, what does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Oh, I gotta move myself. In the music, the moment you want it, you better never let it go. Why? I don't understand why I'm still haunted by this, and I don't understand why every time it crosses my mind, it still falls out. Right, move me. No, it's not gonna let me do it with the arrow keys. Ooh. Maybe I could crop myself. I definitely shouldn't. Okay. Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
Murder skills, huh?
He means a more violent faction could easily take care of such a thing.
Thank you, Manana. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
And just briefly, in your own words, why are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Your share?
Aye.
Wait, so not wages or pensions or...
This stuff. They already covered.
I mean, at least you get the benefits. That's something.
It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place.
Oh, okay, economy stuff. I get it. I want to talk about something else.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Neat. Let's get to these apartments. If I can remember where to go, I think it's kind of just down and left. I'm trying to remember what I've even done. Did I report back to Joyce now that I... Wait, did I even figure this out? Hey, Judas. It's good to see you. I think my investigations here kind of hit a dead end. We're looking for somebody referred to as the lady truck driver. But my various conversations with the lorry drivers around here have kind of not led anywhere. Other than the information that she's potentially a danger to herself and me tracking her down might exacerbate that, which I definitely don't want to do. But I do need some more information from Joyce.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
And unfortunately, some kind of resolution on this seems to be the way to get there without showing her a badge that I do not know how to locate. Not ideal. And that seems to be a dead end with the racist lorry driver. I'm pretty sure I exhausted everything with the man at whom I rapped. While he did enjoy my dome piece,
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
it wasn't enough. I think I can push this further, but it involves... I don't want to be mean to this guy. I've changed my mind about your friend, the lady driver.
What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drivers here.
But you're the only one who has dialogue options that haven't been exhausted, except, I mean, the racist guy had one about cigarettes, but I'm pretty sure that's just me saying, hey, can you give me a cigarette?
Thank you, friend.
Put a pin in this for now, but my concern is that I am going to have to kind of twist that guy's arm, which, of all the characters in this whose arms I could twist, at least people I've met so far, he's the nicest one. I don't want to mess with that. He humored my terrible rap freestyle. He even enjoyed it. Is it these apartments? I presume so.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
I mean, it's an apartment.
This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into.
Not the same one, though, seemingly. And I'm not about to be putting any skill points into authority to reopen this check, so I suppose I'll walk around. I really, really wish I could cut through here. In fact, actually, no, this is where I want to be anyway. I can cut through to the specific door I need. I just wish I could cut through where Kuno S is. Like, just kick this one bit of fence down. It would make traversal so much less inconvenient. I've made some kind of a mistake. Question is...
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head. The royal lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime and then some.
Give it a little listen first.
The door is slick with rain. You don't hear any movement inside.
But now I've got a wet ear.
In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Wow, not even Kuno's going off, huh?
You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. Good job. Let's go now. I'm sure there's nothing interesting in there. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little draft, a whistle.
So am I really going to not go in there just because Everett Claire said not to? Surely he's fully expecting that I will go in there anyway, like he's not stupid. I don't know what I actually stand to lose if I go in there. I mean, I can let him know I unlocked the door, but that just means walking all the way back across town to where I just came from. That ain't gameplay. Not like walking in there would be. Get in there. Time to see what's going on. Yeah, I'm doing okay, Judas. Not properly awake yet, probably. Despite having been awake for several hours. It's just one of those days. Brain's, Just kind of doing its own thing, I guess. The smell of disinfectant in the room smells like chemicals.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
Tap on the mugs.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable.
Whip out your yellow man mug and compare.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Well, we found a racist mug factory, everybody. We finally did it. Is this really the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash?
Who knows? Could be. But this clothes in the trash lead doesn't really seem like it's going anywhere. Still, good thing to keep in mind.
Logic, I don't think you should be trying to say anything at all. Logic's up to 1? Oh! It's the most logical I've ever been. What did I put on to make that happen? Have I been chain smoking without realizing? Yeah, let's move on from the mugs. In all seriousness, though, where am I getting this logic from? Oh, my brain? No, that's giving me -1. Maybe I just had greater penalties before. Oh, I've taken off my cool sunglasses because I needed visual calculus. That's part of the problem right there. Okay, we're back to 0. That's somewhere to be. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. It's the Heimdall man. Oh, that's a different room. Hold up. A book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks lies open. You can almost feel the warmth of the red sun on the flag.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
What's with the sun?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle. It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
I'm not going to bow to this flag.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
I feel bad doing all this stuff without Kim. He's missing so much. Oh, intersolary dress shirt. The rare case of a garment that has a bonus with no penalty. Pressed and spotless gleaming white shirt, the kind that serious men wear at serious intersolary offices. Not yet piss-soaked or cum-stained. We did it. Because this one I think is. This one has piss pits, right? Yeah, there you go. This one smells like someone took a piss in the armpits. However, I do more readily treasure conceptualization than logic, both in and out of the game. Okay, maybe not out of the game. You do gotta be a bit logical sometimes. Not in the game, no. I will never logic on this file. Ooh, magnesium. This game's whole thing of like morale damage, it's Tetris affected onto my life so heavily that whenever I, something upsets me, if I like drop something in the kitchen or whatever, I'm like, why now? I felt so shit. I hear the noise, I take morale damage. It goes like, oh. I'm like, shit, I'm gonna die of embarrassment in the middle of my kitchen right now. The narrator in this game is so good. Thank you, I'm glad you're enjoying my own as well. I couldn't begin to compete though, like, the level of work that has gone into the voice acting for this game, specifically from that one person, but from everyone involved, is just actually kind of incomprehensible to me. A small suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over? Okay, well, all we really learned from coming in here was that, we got a new shirt, actually. But we learned that a racist lives there. We got a racist weasel. Which I guess tracks with my accidental, inadvertent, racist dialogue option that I clicked when talking about the weasel, so... Everyone's as bad as each other, I suppose. Are we really gonna go all the way back to Everard, though? I'm glad to hear it, Judas. Have either of you played this game, incidentally? I presume... I don't know why I would presume anyone saying this must have done. It's the thing, I play several different games. It occurs to me that maybe people will be dropping by without having played this. It's very good, though, in case anyone hasn't. I recommend it really highly. I got it on Switch and it kind of was working like an audiobook that I could just pick up and put down, because with the voice acting it really, it works so well as that. There must be stuff between Claire and, you know, the other side of the world where I just was. But I feel like right now I'm just ping-ponging between them. Fortunately, travelling around doesn't actually seem to advance time, but... It's also a situation where advancing time might potentially be a good thing, because again, I'm flying solo here. I don't have my partner, so... Which is kind of stressful in and of itself, because I can't know what I'm missing when he's not around. I could have a conversation go terribly, and for all I know, having Kim now would have made it work really well, and he could have taken the lead on it, prevented me doing something stupid. Unfortunately, I was so eager to get the body shipped away that kind of sent him away first thing in the morning. It's the nuances as well between the different, like, internal voices. Because they're not all acted the same, so when you have, like, 3 of them chime in, it really becomes apparent how much, you know, detail is given to some of them. Oh, it's so good. I also love Drama. You won't hear much from in this playthrough especially, but every time Drama chimes in, he calls you Sire. It's so good. It's a lovely little touch.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Okay, I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
The deal was for me to go inside. Sorry, the deal wasn't for me to go inside, so I didn't.
You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door, which you did. So we're all good here.
Like, there's no way he doesn't know.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is going to start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is going to be good.
I probably shouldn't tell him this, but it is definitely relevant information. There's at least some curiosity as to how he would react. There was a collection of colonial mugs there, and I found a similar mug in the trash with the hanged man's clothes.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me.
Oh dear.
I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best, helping people, with the power of politics.
Do you think this weasel has something to do with my case?
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
But this weasel might have cleaned up after the killers.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
I mean, I did steal a fascist Logic Lord shirt from the person's apartment, so... He imitates bashing something with an imaginary baton.
That's not how you baton someone. The technique is way off. You strike with your whole body, not just the baton.
No, you have to put your weight behind it if you want to do real damage.
Oh, Harry, thanks for the tip. I'll leave doing the real damage to you. You are the real police officer, after all, not me.
That's all he's going to say on this subject.
I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
Our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire? I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Those Senorita Pineapple people are scary motherfuckers. Decimating your state if you don't give them your pineapples.
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
They move your container?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
Yeah, I heard about when he climbed up on the mic at the Whirling in Rags. It did sound like a bit of a mess. How did he end up hanging from the tree?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
An entire neighborhood of killers.
Wait, the whole neighborhood's in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
And who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you. Idealistic people who want to make sure that bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
You believe they killed the hanged man?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Are you not afraid that we're going to arrest them?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
It does seem like their only resistance to arrest right now is the fact that there's a big group of them and they're not afraid to attack whoever attempts the arrest. It's a little disheartening, but I don't really have a pragmatic alternative solution. Yeah. I mean, I'm tasked with proving my authority to this man, but outside of my wonderful authoritative boots, I'm not sure that I really have a particularly good way of doing so. You mentioned a lawyer girl?
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
There was a bullet in the hanged man's head.
So they shot him?
He sounds pleasantly surprised. Yes, someone shot him before they hanged him.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Harry. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard. What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my favourite policeman, Harry.
Okay, and how do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry.
Oh!
Oh! Wait, what? I'm just goofing. New boot goofing. Oh!
Sorry, I'm still very excited about my military boots. I know it's been days, weeks possibly even, but
These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So, you think the security contractor organized the scabs?
You said it, Harry. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
Everything he says is so well considered. Like, from a writing perspective, obviously, but like, it's written so well that you can, like, tell he's constantly not just kind of like working you, but everyone else. Like, you know, I paid for her law degree, and wouldn't you know, out of a sense of obligation that I shan't name, she came back out of the goodness of her heart. You know, there's always just, I like this character a lot. Not as like a friend, he's just fascinating. And he's perfectly acted as well, but I'm finding that pretty universally applicable across everyone I talk to in this game. I stay impressed. Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
What more can you tell me? Who's second in command? Who's the most violent?
Harry, they're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
He keeps claiming to know me so well.
Separate one from the herd.
So, let me ask you this. Which one of Hardy's boys is your least favourite?
Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach troubles. Horrible, revolting guy.
There are considerably stronger reasons to dislike everybody in that group than specifically things that this person probably can't even control. Good lord. So let's say something happens to Fat Angus. Let's say a citizen's arrest.
You would die, Harry. You would die, and in the process start a bloody and completely unnecessary war between the Debarders Union and the Citizens Militia. Angus, his ever-growling stomach, and his smelly feet
See
are
you,
all part
see
of
you,
the
Bengus.
Union.
I just
You
caught
have as
that now.
much right to arrest him as he has to arrest you.
Look after yourself. I hope you have a good day.
Actually less, because it's his home and his backyard. You are a guest here, Harry. Please remember that. Oh, Harry. This is getting real grim, and there's no need for that. We are friends.
I mean, I did meet the Hardys. Could you maybe ask them to cooperate with me? Because I don't think they want to.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
That's going to make them like me even less, isn't it? That's not good.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
He's probably not going to be impressed.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
What? I don't need it. I just wanted you to help me with the Hardy boys.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was
Here's
there
5
anything else?
real. Check it out. That's weird. Okay. I'm done for now.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
Endless manipulation. Like, if I had any points in, say, drama, rhetoric, empathy, volition, suggestion, they'd be freaking out right now. All of the alarm bells in my intellect and my psyche would be going, this guy's constantly manipulating you 50 different ways. But as it stands, I'm just electrochemical. I'm pretty sure all my character can think about right now is amphetamines.
He's been hurt too much in the
Hey,
past
empathy.
by men who aren't social democrats.
I was just talking about you. Okay. Ooh, how do we do this? Which very firmly defined path do we take? What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
What would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
Signatures for what?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
If you can get Kuno roller skating around, honestly, I will actually applaud you for that, but I don't see it.
Roller skating, not drugs, Harry. You like this.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Well, glaring question, obviously. What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
See, that sounds like a problem. That doesn't sound particularly great. Why are you even talking about?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious spirit.
Free boots. Tarred skiff. Cavalry boots. If there's new boots in this for me, I'm committing that as deep into my memory as I can. Okay, if I happen to be that, I'll ask him.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
I mean, I don't trust this. I kind of might not get these signatures, and based on that, I potentially shouldn't have even accepted this task and taken the envelope off him in the first place, but...
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal.
But I can't get across the canal,
I hear there is some
can
trouble
I?
with the waterlock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning.
And it's what, Tuesday afternoon?
Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then, I'll know you're a solid socialist.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna leave now, but we might talk again later. What am I thinking about currently? Motorway South. I'm excited about this one. I have no idea what it's actually gonna do. But it sounds fascinating. Just like a road that stretches off into like a black hole. The Pale in this, I know I was saying this last time, and I'm probably going to continue to oversay it, but the Pale is so cool. I know I only know little bits and pieces about it, but it does just sound like everything is separated by this horrible weird space that operates like a black hole, and you know, at least in terms of time and information and how black holes treat those. Oh god, it's so far up my alley, it's ridiculous. Well, where's the best next port of call? I cannot get to the place where I get these 2 signatures, so currently I have to just kind of ignore that completely. Find working class husband. Where did she say he was? Drinking somewhere with his buddies. See, this points to the existence of extra bits of map that I know I can't get to yet. Doesn't mean that that's where the solutions are, but I'm less emboldened to go looking through every corner of the places I already have access to as a result of that knowledge, so... Haven't paid my rent for the day, I don't think. Still need to find speed, too. Not speed, too, you know. And a walking firearm. Secret passage. Looks like we're running all the way back across town again. I'm gonna deeply brip into the whirling in rags. Briefly dip into the whirling in rags. I don't know what the hell my brain just attempted to do. Even if the only thing that's going to result from doing so is me getting yelled at by Titus and probably the lawyer. I get no respect, even less without Kim around, it turns out. Because Kim Kitsuragi, I think he actually kind of likes me. As a supportive dude. A lot of that is just him doing his job. But I think he's a little bit fond of my disastrous self at this point. And I miss that, not having him around. I miss him not being, like, very good officer when I, like, look, there's a cool stain on the floor, and I get on all fours and I lick it, and then I, like, howl, and he's like, yeah, very good. Could we please continue with the investigation? Like, I love you. You're the best partner I could have asked for. And I didn't even ask. I just kind of woke up in a state. Yep, summer door closed for winter. We're gonna go around. I made no good sense of the footprints in the yard as well. I seem to recall that being a complete non-starter for me, despite putting on my most irrelevant glasses. Doing everything I could to bring up my visual calculus. It wasn't enough. Okay. Excuse me while I stand in front of you and dress for our conversation. Composure would be nice, but it's not going to beat authority. It's still a little bit confusing choosing between these shoes because I feel like there is so much overlap between authority and composure, or at least that they have a symbiotic relationship, or at least surely authority would have a parasitic relationship with composure to an extent. It might not be a completely mutual relationship, but you know, they certainly overlap. Shivers might help. Half-Light is gonna up my chances of punching this dude in the face, which maybe isn't the best idea, even though I'd love to see it happen. I think I'm probably rocking the best I can here. Might be worth smoking a cigarette too, but I've run out by the looks of it. Shit. That's not great. I'll take a quick read of what we were given.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
He said 6 months. That says 40 months. That doesn't sound very good. Try to find a loophole in the deal with -1 logic. There's reasons I'm not in the legal field. But I'll take a look at the zoning plan.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
I don't think I'm going to be getting these signatures. That sounds like garbage. I mean, we'll see. And what was the description for this? A white envelope with a stamp attached to the upper right corner. Handed to you by Everard Clare. Inside are some legal documents with 2 names printed on them. Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. Both signatures are required. Well, like I said, I don't think we're going to be getting either, but we'll see.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Why is everyone calling me a clown in these games recently? People in Dishonored were calling me a clown. I'm like, have you seen the concept art for this game? I don't resemble a clown. I got like a freaky like horror mask on. I don't know what version of it you saw. I didn't see any, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't an adaptation of Arcane's Dishonored series. Me and Everett talked. He promised you'd cooperate.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy.
Oh my god, he admitted it.
She's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Okay, how do we play this? Very mature, guys. Everett sent word, right?
Yeah, I heard him. The fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
Explosive laughter follows. To his men, Titus Hardy is a golden god. They want to laugh at his jokes even before they leave his lips. This guy is a born leader.
I could swallow a polyhedron whole, which would give me a slightly better chance at establishing my authority, but I don't think enough of one to make it worth doing. Because I don't see authority being a stat I'm ever going to put a point into, so I have not that much control over when this check will reopen. I think it would take other conversational things going my way to give me extra bonuses for it to reopen if I do fail it. And that's just a waste of good drugs at that point too.
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
Did I not already try to arrest him? I have a feeling if I pursue this... Sorry if that dog's on the microphone, by the way. I can't tell how much it's picking up, but it's getting through my headphones. It'll stop soon. It's really going off, though. Why don't I just... No, see, if I say this, it's probably going to damage my ability to pass the authority check. Because he's going to be like, because you're stupid. And the only option I'm going to have is, shit, I am. And then it'll be like, -10, you're stupid. I'll be like, fuck. Every time. No more questions.
About fucking time.
Alright. Yeah, I don't need another minus in there. This one's going to take a while. And I think probably having Kim around is going to be better for me there. So until he gets back, maybe I just shouldn't try speaking to the scary men in the cafeteria.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
Tell me more about Morel. Looks, character, your relationship.
Oh, dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
Looks?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
Okay, let me try that again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even. One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn.
Oh.
Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How did the two of you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Maybe. I have to imagine I would have gleaned more from her expressions and stuff if I had any psyche to speak of. I think I have all the information I need. Let's move on.
I hope I've been useful.
So he's some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What's cryptozoology?
It's really just a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Okay, what's this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
Well, wait, who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
And you mentioned traps. Could there be some problem with them?
I doubt it, sweetie. The traps aren't big enough for humans to get caught in them. They're for the insect. Anyway.
This sounds like police business. I'll help you find your husband.
Oh, thank you, sweetie. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel.
Tell me a little bit more about the rare insect that he's looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
Yo, entomological minutiae is two of my middle names.
She was about to launch into an impassioned description, but stoppered herself. Why is that?
No, go on. I want to hear about it.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence, it's named the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering it with us, officer.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
What makes you think it's around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
What? Electrochemistry. Are you being a weirdo again? Maybe the phasmid made them make out?
I doubt it. It's not like teenagers need much encouragement in that regard.
So a newspaper clipping is only evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
It's kind of giving me the itch to play Stalker Clear Sky. Even though really when I play Stalker again it should be Shadow of Chernobyl, because I have not streamed that one. Though, to be honest, my playthrough of Call of Pripyat probably left something to be desired. Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
I don't know. I think a lot of people are into crypto for the money these days, but I'll refrain from commenting on whether or not that feels like a good move to me, because I don't exist in reality. Okay, so what's special about this stick bug then?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
Her face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
I could probably bring up my chances at passing this suggestion check, but all I'm really doing, at least in the immediate short term, before I can get to these traps, which sound like they are on the other side of the thing that doesn't open until Wednesday, is getting her to tell me more about cryptids. There's all the time in the world for that, and maybe this stat will come up more organically in the meantime, you know? So let's move on. But it was nice, having a little chat with Lena. One of the lovelier characters, and no mistake. So, I guess Kitsuragi is just gone for the whole day then. I know it did spell it out, but it was at least a few days ago now that I actually encountered the relevant dialogue for it, so... Still need to find Speed. Kuno talks about Speed a lot, but I don't recall if he hooked me up with a place to find any.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Hey Kuno, got any Speed?
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin.
You're yanking my chain, aren't you, kid?
Don't be yanking your shit in front of the Kuno. Kuno's always serious, always rolling. Big kilo, but you ain't getting any. Get the fuck off.
He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to figure this out somehow. You need to befriend him first.
Yeah, well, befriending him's going to be difficult when it requires a legendary empathy check. And my empathy is 2. The only thing going for me in the empathy situation is the fact that I punched him in the face. And I still don't feel particularly good about that, so benefiting from it further would be, morally
Kuno
dubious.
doesn't fucking care.
Kuno, of course, doesn't fucking care, but some of us are keeping track. Where else to be then? Did I make Plaisance hate me? I can't remember. I know I forced my way past the curtain. And she was quite clear before that it was like, if you do that, I will never speak to you again. But I don't know how legit she was being about that.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop.
Sometimes it's necessary to resort to extreme measures.
I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape.
What are you talking about? It's just a door.
Just a door? This place is cursed, detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something to her pendant.
Host Almighty, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the door. Blessed be your name.
But I thought the curse wasn't real.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman.
The text says of course you did. You're trying to give me the runaround, Plaisance.
All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do.
I mean, I already did, but thank you for your permission, I guess.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity?
Of course, the entity. I didn't see her, but I sensed her presence.
You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney?
You mean the chimney that's part of the central furnace? I did hear voices coming from there.
Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
Is it an it or a she to you, Plaisance?
You should get back to the furnace. Make some noise.
I can make some noise. I mean, this is the same furnace that I died kicking, even though kicking things is supposed to heal me. So maybe it is cursed after all, you know? Also, this might seem a little left field. I'm looking for a book about cockatoos.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Okay. I mean, I'll check. It was the woman outside whose husband I had decided had run away and needed finding, right? Who said that I should look for cockatoos or something?
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of famous
First one I
people.
clicked.
You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Anything of note on this shelf?
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
I thought it was about which of these innocences is the coolest and greatest.
Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
So you recommend it?
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
Have you looked around lately, Plaisance?
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Oh. $4.70 though. I mean, I've never even seen this. You know, there's various things I've encountered in my kind of side playthrough, which is barely ahead of this one at this point. This one's getting way more love from me in terms of gameplay time, but this thing, completely new.
A true cultural touchstone. Enjoy the read.
But I don't think it's about cockatoos, so I may have just misspent.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
What's it about?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
I bought a book. How dare you?
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Yep, time is money and money is no man's friend. I'm out. You rushed me. I'm never purchasing from you again. It's just rude. After I already dropped $4.80, I think it was $4.70, even still. the best part of 5 real on a book that I don't even know if I'm going to read. And she still has the nerve to rush me and say, buy something or get out. Come on. I mean, it's understandable that she doesn't like me. I did just break down a door in the back of her shop just because I kind of fucking felt like it, but that's okay. You know, we sleep in the beds we make. So morale sounds out of reach based on the directions that I'm being given. But we could go back to the chimney, I guess. If memory serves, I'm going to want my torch out, though. I love being able to wiggle this thing around. Except it kind of just wants to point it at the floor right now. Okay. Police work is tough. Take breaks. Talk to strangers. Explore. Could do a bit more exploration. I think I've pretty much been everywhere I have access to, though. Oh, free money! How'd I leave this here? There we go. So, this is just nothing now, right?
The bear's eyes are still.
Okay, good stuff.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Hello!
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then...
Hello?
Hello, are you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the 2nd floor. I'll open it.
Okay.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound...
Sorry, I gotta check. I just gotta test if this thing still hurts me, because it's supposed to heal me.
A coal dust. A hollow ring echoes.
This is bullshit!
Your toe hurts.
Yeah, well, my toe shouldn't hurt, because I am, as we have discussed many times, the leader of the Anti-Object Task Force. An attacking physical object is supposed to heal damage. Does the curse mean that this isn't a physical object? I know I've already been through this like 3 streams ago. I kicked myself to death on this furnace, on the mispersuasion that it would heal me. But I don't think arriving at the conclusion that it would heal me is something that I did through any kind of idiocy. I think I was explicitly taught that it would help. The only time it's actually helped is kicking the post box, but it has healed me before, so I know it does something. It's not just like a joke stat, made to encourage you to do things on, again, the aforementioned mispersuasion that they'll heal you. But then in reality, that's actually like cooked into the game, and it's like, hi, you dumbass, you thought this would heal you. I don't think that's what's going on. This furnace just doesn't want to comply with the particular thought. But that's okay. It's not like I need the health, I wanted to know if it would still harm me. It still does. Oh, new room. This tray is full of dice, colourful polyhedral dice, hundreds of them. The candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice. Huh, okay. New person. Okay, I don't want less suggestion, though I am loath to shed any conceptualization. But I think it's probably the best move right now. Electrochemistry might help. Probably not, but visual calculus might help. Probably more than the lack of logic would. Doubt I'm gonna need to be particularly authoritative with this woman. So I will briefly remove my beautiful new boots and just hope that she doesn't care if I look cool or not, because I definitely don't. You know, I don't like bringing up the other file. I try and focus on this one, but on the other file, I had significantly better, like, hat access. I don't have any cool hats in this, and I can't remember where I got them from. All I have in this one is the orange bum hat. Maybe I should try this drug first. -1 health. I mean, I can take it. A pretty little puck-shaped cap of purple liquid that can bring on anything from hot flashes to military-grade psychosis. With sufficient tolerance, however, it can make any weather feel balmy, if only for a while. 5 uses. But I've no idea where else to get this, other than the place I did. And I doubt if I went back to that guy he'd give me more. I'm surprised he even gave me this. He definitely didn't need to. And I hope he didn't do so out of, a sense of being intimidated by my official status as an officer of the Revachol Citizens Militia, because that would be sad. I wasn't trying to intimidate him. Let's speak to her first. If there's a purple check, I'll consider it, but just for the blank rolls that happen in the background, we'll live without it for now.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Hey. A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius.
Knocking on your window? Isn't it a first floor window? How would I even do that?
So what kind of die are you looking for?
How tall do you think I am? What do you mean by milieux?
Yes, a milieu is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
You must have been confused with someone else. I didn't knock.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Alright. Make a die that does all this. I'll wait.
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light, but her hands strong.
Maybe. I'm not really sure why I'm here, to be honest.
How strange. Well, if you're interested, my rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
The walls around her are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals. Huh. Well, where are we anyway?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
I heard this place is cursed. Did you know that people call this the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
How do you explain what happened to all the companies then?
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
It's not actually doing that well. There's hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
The whirling isn't doing that well either. I mean, its waitress just took off, and customers are having trouble paying bills.
And then there is me.
She sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
It's because she's in cahoots with the demons.
Thank you, Half-Light. That seems like an accurate assessment of the situation. I appreciate your input. Might not necessarily follow up on it, but you know. Alright, chill. You have to, like, yeet shit at the floor up there. Plaisance thinks it's because you're the source of it. A malignant entity.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
While this is like a laughable proposition, the way her laugh sounded did sound a little bit like, what are you, get out, that sounds ridiculous.
The jig is up. The she-demon knows you've uncovered her true identity.
God damn it, I'm not trying to agree with Half-Light now, that wasn't supposed to happen. I mean, I can't really lean into the idea of it being a curse with these stats. Aside from the fact I probably wouldn't be able to successfully pursue it as like a line of thought. It just wouldn't fit character-wise. Then again, it also would, because for all of my lack of psyche, I've got at least as much a lack of intellect. Honestly, I'm not sure. This world is a puzzling place.
Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather mundane and boring place with no supernatural surprises in sight.
How about you go 6 kilometers north and then tell me the same shit?
Well,
6,000
if you
kilometers
find a way
north.
to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, let me know.
Just go to the Pale, then we'll talk. Also, take me with you. I'd like to see it. Alright, business. Ooh, legendary shivers. Why hasn't our business failed? I can lean into this one, possibly, with some of my clothes. I don't recall if I have any shivers clothing. I know I have clothes that maybe take shivers away because they are warm, but we'll leave it just for now. What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Seriously? You've got a great view of the courtyard and you didn't see or hear anything Sunday night?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
Do you often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
It's barely relevant to the question I asked, but moving on. And you never took your eyes off work to look out the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
See, that's why I have to have curtains. That shit creeps me out. The idea that someone can easily see into my lit room, but I can't see out there, is messed up. And the idea that all I can see when I try and look out there is myself, also messed up.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Oh, she's definitely in her zone. What do you mean by daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
I don't know if Kuno just squatting in that yard 24/7 going, Kuno's gonna have a fucking heart attack counts as, you know, always things going on, but I mean, it's technically more than if he wasn't there, I suppose.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Pale light comes in. I see you. Game. I see. Thank you for your answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
I'm a little bit, curious about the other tenants. What happened to them? Everyone else seems to be gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Rats scuttle in the dark rooms under the abandoned blow dryers and dusty mannequins. Cobwebs cover rotors and radio computers alike. So much failure.
That's a lot of questions. There used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
Scardavano Londo.
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you.
Not the others. The other men.
It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I would never. What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? The customers should have been more open-minded.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
They weren't ready, huh? What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Maybe that's what Kuno needs, like a community center boxing club type situation.
Kuno. Who's Kuno?
He's sort of the king around here.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth?
How did you get that from that?
I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
Alright. She looks out of the window. It's oddly quiet there at the moment.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Wow, you don't even know him. How dare you? Who was Artemitep?
A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Giving back to what? The law? That's not the same as doing bad things. Especially in somewhere like this. It's the impression that I get. How did that community project work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
Is it, though? I'd be willing to investigate that.
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
I mean, if that punching bag was at one point actually full of speed, surely someone will have taken it out by now, but I'm gonna have to give it a visit because I don't know how else to get some. And electrochemistry really wants me to take some amphetamines. What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right?
Yeah, Microsoft tech support. Yeah, this is a flawed business model. If it goes in the direction of walking around and breaking a window and then going, pay me to fix it. Genius business model.
Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias.
As much was.
Who would have guessed? And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Cool, very cool about the debris, but what's a snuff milieu?
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
What does she mean, to get off on it?
Wait, people do that?
People do that. I believe the ICP got them. They have a special division that deals exclusively with Sub Rosas.
I'm sorry, the insane clown posse is going around lending out, not even lending, dishing out vigilante justice to people participating in snuff milieus? That's kind of heavy.
In any case, I don't think it's your job to worry about what happens on milieux. I probably shouldn't have even mentioned it. Things like that are better forgotten.
I mean, it sounds like there's an illegality attached to this, which maybe falls under at least some percentage of my jurisdiction, but did someone here make stuffed animals? I saw mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
I'm desperately waiting to meet a juggalo in this game. Every time they bring the ICP up, I'm like, it's finally gonna happen. Gotta get on all my physical instrument stuff because we're about to throw down.
But what drugs exactly?
I need to know what drugs he was doing for my police report.
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
Even you can probably do better than that.
Yeah, I probably can. I'm very desperate to go for a wee. Maybe I should seize this opportunity off the back of electrochemistry, encouraging me to not urinate myself. However, there is very little background noise right now, and I don't have any BRB music to run. I'll power through this conversation first. Even though this is only one thread of it, so maybe I won't. I found creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
I didn't know insects had any rights, or activists.
Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
I mean, I'm glad someone took care of the little guys. I like insects.
Really? Anyway.
She looks at the windowsill where a dead fly is lying on its back, legs curled up, in a bow tie. What's with the rotor blades and the skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
And what do the transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Oh dear. She laughs and turns around in her chair.
But Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those keys and blades are still lying around in the house.
I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up her face.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean liberal? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway, as if she can still hear them still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette break. That does make sense. My brain, for some reason, didn't think that made sense for like 70% of my attempt to read it. It wanted it to be chit-chatting. I was interpreting chit-chat as a noun. But it does not exclusively function as one, I suppose.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look pretty impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on.
I mean, they weren't necessarily wrong.
In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic. And to show up to work on time.
Ah, you're one of those.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult. Especially if you've been drinking.
I mean, while showing up to work on time is incredibly hard.
And so is producing something extraordinary.
Also true. Her eyes wander to the shelves full of die prototypes and discarded models.
Anything else?
There was a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revoshow ICD. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees, like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Alright, what about their other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Fritta does the same thing.
I know a girl just like that. Yeah, what did they expect? 20 cents per hour is dog's pay. I'm surprised they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples like trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravishell Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I'm sure the bear was doing its best.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
That sounds like someone's best work to me. That sounds inspired.
Scary, but cool.
Megatherion?
Megatherion. A mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Maybe this wise and noble beast can guide you toward those amphetamines you've been craving.
I do drugs. I've got a vision beast myself.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control.
Thank you, genuinely.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad finishing the story. Some dust beams swirl in the afternoon air. Her eyes follow it idly.
Little sparkling embers under the window. Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover. There's always the threat of snow.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
So the doorbell with the empty name card was yours?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
And I was wondering about the whirling in rags. Is that part of the same building complex as this?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Okay, let's blame my indignant rage at my own room I was staying in on the curse. That seems like a healthy thing to do. I saw a name East Delta Pinball on the doorbell.
Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
No, yeah, it makes much more sense to craft custom dice. I have a few more questions about the building.
Sure, I'm listening.
I don't think I do have more questions about the intercom. Maybe other ones unrelated to it, though.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Novelty Dice Maker. I don't think I've ever needed the toilet so much in my life. I'm just gonna... I will be right back. I gotta figure something out musically first. Where are we going for this? Yeah, go from where we already came from in the intro. A little bit residential. Alright. Oh, I really thought I could get through this conversation without that, but I was getting too serious. So I'm not gonna try the shivers check just yet. Once I'm done with the rest of the stuff, I might step away, see what clothes I can put on that might help me, but we'll leave it for now. Do I have more questions about the building, though?
I'm listening.
Not really.
I'm pretty sure.
I do not. I do not.
Good.
My mistake.
I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Sorry. How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Say I'd hypothetically like to order a die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Tell me about your most extraordinary die.
A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
I'm not, offering to buy it, I just want to know what it is.
Alright, maybe some other die then?
I'm looking for something to help with my work.
I think I have just the right one for you.
She opens the top drawer of her work desk and takes something out. 2 polyhedrons, red and blue, are cradled in her palm. I don't get it.
You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
Uh-oh. Catch.
Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
You know I had to wink at her.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer.
Mm-hmm.
She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
Lovely stuff.
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there anything else?
So I don't know what that does. Let me take a look at those. Do they do anything? They're worth 50. Okay. Icosahedral dice set Sirens. These two 20-sided dice have the colours of the police alarm. Bloodstone for red and lapis lazuli, as I am continually being reminded that it is apparently pronounced, for blue. If you roll them and squint your eyes, it looks like you're arriving at the scene, and it's raining. Note, look at the map tab in the journal to see which white checks have opened. Huh? So this is... So... I can't use these, but owning them has opened some white checks, I think? I can't even find a map right now. What am I doing? Map, okay. Cargo container door. Footprints in... Oh, I can retry footprints in the dust. Has this opened all of the... No, it hasn't opened all the blue checks. But I feel like it's reopened a bunch of white checks. Not the Wayans Brothers movie. I'm not sure why. I mean, I'll take it, but I'm not sure what's gone on there. Such is the nature of dice, I suppose. Right, can I shiver myself up? Can I embolden my capacity for shivering? Amplify my vibrations. I can! Okay. It's the best I'm going to be able to get, though, so... Give it a go.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Why hasn't her business failed?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
This is still just a theory, but hear me out. I think I know why your business hasn't failed.
Didn't we already talk about this?
The wind continues to seep in through the cracks in the old chimney. It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the doomed commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
That's pronounced Guillain? I've been calling her Crandall.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
No, this used to be a coal plant. You're in a chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense.
She looks around the makeshift nest that she has carved out for herself, bewildered.
Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
I'm just using logic. I'm just using zero logic. It's windy in here. You probably haven't properly sealed the chimney crown.
You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
No one's ever really safe from the failure.
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. Your lucky charm? Some kind of award?
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. It's entropy.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world.
She picks up a pair of dice from the table and examines them under the light.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Precarious world, huh? That sounds cool. Let me see. Seems like the point of this game is victory. The absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertakings. Victory in love and over other people. Political victory, ideological victory, hell, even sexual victory. Definitely a lot of object-based victories too. Having things and not losing them. One problem though. Not a lot of victors in sight. Everyone's mostly losing. Why is that? And how do you not lose? 4 hours. All red checks fail for 4 hours? Oof. That's the opposite of precarious. That's a brutal certainty that I don't want to contend with, however. I think I'm going to. I'm just, yeah. All the skill points on slots. It's probably not the best approach, but I just love the thoughts too much. They're fascinating. And I love hearing him read them out. Like, maybe I wouldn't spec into as many of the thoughts if it read out the problem part, but it only reads out the problem once you complete it. The floorboards creak. Thank you, Perception. Very helpful. It's good advice. Useful intel. Huh. Is it worth me doing anything else around here? Oh, hey up. Shift tab. Hacking up again. Forgot I can't sprint and look at stuff, lest it open my Steam overlay. So I was told the punching bag's full of speed. Can I please cut it open? I don't think it's gonna let me. It smells like leather and sweat. Well, we can at least pass this new information on to Plaisance. Not entirely sure how she's going to feel about it, but I mean, what's she going to do about it? Hopefully nothing. I don't think she has any particular jurisdiction to. Nor any need, as best I see it, but...
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Niha, and she is a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's not a sorceress or like a malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
Before you say anything, ask yourself, is the woman really able to withstand the truth? She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
I mean, I can't just blame capitalism if she's having a whole bad time in her brain. So I gotta give us some kind of certainty. Or at least act as though I have some myself. I could try and lie, though my drama skill is very low, but it's not alleging to be a check, so it should work anyway. The source is in... I don't want to just lie to her. She said it's just capitalism. Bankruptcy is a quirk of our economic system.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
Oh no. Oh no, she's beginning to believe.
This woman's not healthy enough to withstand this level of stress.
No, sorry, hang on. Shit. I don't want to upset this woman. But she seems very stressed about the existence of a curse. She's never gonna have, like, solid resolution on that, because I don't think it exists. I can't say with certainty it doesn't, but I don't feel like she's going to get any solid resolution on that. So she's going to remain in a state of perpetual stress over the fact that she thinks that the building is cursed. If I kind of hit her with some hard economic truths, at least as my character perceives them, is that actually that much worse? What the some of these options are out there, man. It's true, we live in a precarious world. Nothing ever turns out right. We need to get used to chaos.
Precarious world? Economy?
She looks down at the pendant in her trembling hands.
I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things to cover up for it. It's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this psychic calamity as I always have. Alone. On my own.
Maybe you were wrong. She's endured for at least 4 decades in this world.
Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Thank you for the 70 experience. Good day.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Anger and loneliness keep this woman moving through the waking hours. Your little words are no match for it. The shop around you feels ancient suddenly, damp and saturated by the coastal air. The books are rotting. A great cold lives here, and there, too. 1,200 meters away, on the urban coast, the dark shape of a church is reflected on the water, calling.
I had a few more questions about the curse.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
What about regular psychologists?
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear, it's not enough.
I don't want you to be living in constant fear. Why didn't you just tell me right away it's the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Void wraiths?
Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
That doesn't seem very nice.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Plaisance. Come on, you're better than this. What about the wards on the back door? Are these Simonese as well?
Yes, the Simonese are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do here.
Feels like you're verging on racism at this point, if you've not gone all the way there. Which you may have done. My head is tangled up in other matters. How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around a dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Okay. Yeah, Annette mentioned that the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
You telling me I'm gonna have to fight cacodemons now? Like, shoot the grenade into the mouth so that they start glowing and then glory kill them? I mean, I'm pretty decently physically spec'd, but I don't know if I'm Doom Guy spec'd.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Oh, you could just be getting that off me. I kind of give that vibe off. It's partially that. I heard the union has squeezed out all the local business to fund their strike. How is your store still up and running?
It must be these very spells and wards of protection that keep me safe from all the ill and wicked deeds.
Yeah, it must be the spells.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Annette still doesn't have anything new to say, I presume. I'm sure I tried speaking to her last time and there was nothing. But I'll check. I will say, I don't remember how I did it, but one of the first things I did in this game on my other file, which I will keep reiterating, I've not done a full run. I'm on day 3, I think, on the other one. I'm sure I got this kid inside and out of the rain and the snow.
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Found any curses yet?
Yeah, I found a way into the doomed commercial area.
Oh, that's great. I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid.
I was hoping to. I fear I may have done more damage in that department, rather than the opposite. Also, you can stop calling me sir. I am but a working man.
No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though.
This poor kid. I get you. For example, I can't stop making this face. Point at your face.
That's a friendly enough face, most of the time.
You made that a little sinister at the end there, but thank you for being less horrified with the expression than I am myself. What's this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Wait, no, not crime fiction. I need to know what crime is. It's that bad.
Crime is what criminals do, and policemen solve?
Why would anyone want to read about crime?
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
It's kind of like a puzzle, but you never actually know 100% that you have the right answer, and lives get ruined. I'm a policeman myself, by the way. The law, as I said.
You don't look much like a policeman.
I don't know about that. I look alright. I look so authoritative. Oh, I didn't put my boots back on. No wonder I don't look like a policeman. I'm out here in terrible shoes instead of giant armoured military robot boots. Huh. What does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. I used to be exactly like that Mullen guy. Then I decided to live a little.
What's that mean?
You know, cut loose, raise hell, blow off steam.
And everything's better now, sir?
Nope.
Why is that?
Look at me, a hideous beast, a failure of a cop, a disgrace. A man can never truly be happy with who he is.
Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen.
I mean, I'll never be as good as him.
Don't say that. He's not even real. You're real.
Overshadowed by a fake man? That's harsh.
Cheer up, sir. It's much easier being a fictional character. He doesn't have to deal with real things. Maybe you can show me some real deductive police work, sir. Like in the books.
Hey kid, you want to see a dead body? It's just too bad we already shipped it off. What? Let's pivot. What is romance? Oh, actually. Ooh. Should be a book of me. Afraid of the curse. Okay, I'm gonna deduce something now. Fuck.
You failed to deduce anything substantial.
We had a good chance at that. The dice did not favor us.
She waits intently.
I'm a detective. I deduced that you are very small.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction.
Prove me wrong. What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
I don't know about that. And what about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah, you think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
She pauses, trying to figure out the appropriate answer. No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life. Phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
You can take this. Blossom like a pain flower.
Yeah, and it drags on for years and years with no resolution in sight.
The girl is at a loss for words.
Each of you filling with resentment and bitterness for having ruined each other's lives.
She shifts and sways on her feet, looking confused and uncomfortable.
Each of you tearing at the other's innards, leaving a gaping emptiness, a vacuum heart that still hurts ceaselessly.
I'm sorry, sir.
Almost died in the street again. Why can't you help me? I'm beyond help, right?
Sir, sorry, sir. I'm still little. I can't.
Don't worry, little girl. I got a bit carried away there. Let's back up out of this. Well, we got some experience out of it. I don't know if it was worth doing, but does that at least. Oh yeah, we were talking about romance novels. What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
And what about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Hell yeah, Super Mario Odyssey. Sorry, I just realized I've spoiled Super Mario Odyssey. I don't know if it's possible to spoil Super Mario Odyssey. Let's just move on. That's enough romance for me.
Maybe some about other books?
I apologize if I just destroyed Super Mario Odyssey for anybody. Let's just say it ends in a vague way that's open to interpretation. Alright, I lost my train of thought. I'm thinking about Mario now. I was going to start playing Mario 64. I see a lot of people speedrun that recently, and one of my best friends has been doing speedruns of it. I'd like to be able to kind of relate on some level, but I haven't casually played it since it was on DS. Like, I first played the DS version, because I didn't have an N64 when I was younger. So I want to do the proper version. And then maybe look at speedrunning it. Only 16 star, but Just to get the route done. Like, I've seen it so many times now. But it's one of those things where I'd enjoy watching it so much more if I tried it myself. Like, so much stuff when I actually watch streams of things, it's like, I'll play a game and I'm happy when a game clicks with me because it's like, yes! It's one thing to enjoy the game, but now I can just, like, enjoy other people watching it. Whereas previously I wouldn't have been able to properly pay attention, you know?
Left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
I gotta put my glasses on if we're doing this.
Sitting at a desk, Lieutenant Kitsuragi fiddles with a pen.
Not the pen I took from him, no. Okay, well, it's not gonna let me do that. One of these reopened as a white check. How do I get up there? Who are you? I think maybe this one reopened? Something did. Let me check. Get me up there. Whoa, 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 whoa. It doesn't like scrolling with the mouse, huh? Alright, guess I'll do a million mouse wheels. Footprints in the dust. If these walls could talk, sex. I don't know why that happened to my brain just then. Yeah, the new Kendrick album. When's that happening? It's been too damn long. Alright. I'm all over the place. I'm thinking about Mario. I'm thinking about Kendrick Lamar. They don't even really overlap all that much. Though I will say in the video for All Right, Kendrick stands up on top of like a street light. He stood on the top with his legs apart, I guess, looking all just real tall, and he's like, yeah, I'm above LA. You have the exact same shot of Mario doing the same thing in New Donk City in the trailer for Odyssey. I'm just saying, maybe they cross over more than I realize. What am I doing? I gotta drag my 14 communism points somewhere useful. Like, to Morel, the cryptozoologist, although I actually, as has been established, I'm incapable of reaching the man right now. So where do I go? Have I still not drunk anything? Let's go get something to drink. I mean, I still need speed, but I have no idea how I'm gonna get any. Maybe I should even read that book I got. 4:15. Okay, let's check. I mean, this could be a day that it's better to sort of put myself to bed sooner rather than later, just so I can get Kim back in the mix and start making some headway on some of this stuff. Ask the little girl in the fishing village again. I don't think I can get there. Who else has unauthorized access to the whirling trash? No idea. I don't see who I can really ask about tattoos. Many of these just say they'll take some time and clearly have run into dead ends. This one says it'll take a long while. So... the most pressing stuff I actually know how to proceed with right now that will benefit me at all, unfortunately, is drinking. So, yeah. I might just have to force this guy, which I really didn't want to do. But if it leads to some kind of progress, then it leads to some kind of progress. Suggestion might help me here, probably more than shivers are likely to. And conceptualization may be above drama, but no, I don't want the suggestion hit. I think this is the best I got right now, so. Sileng probably has hats. I could probably buy a new hat from Sileng. I'll try that in a minute. Like, I've got to change my hat.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
I'll try the empathy check. When it inevitably fails, I'm just gonna have to be mean to him, I don't know. I don't want to fuck it up too badly, but there is real inertia happening in terms of all of my investigative stuff right now.
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Familiar how? I cannot believe that. Look at these mats. Beautiful rolls. Familiar how?
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land.
Where does it lead?
Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines.
Further.
To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin, the border approaches.
What's beyond the border?
You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
What's in the southwest?
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, really, you can tell me.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know? I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
I'm not sure how I arrived at this part of the conversation from where I was. But I'll roll with it, Diora.
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
What's it like to miss someone?
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Copman? You missing someone?
No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I miss my gun. I lost it.
You lost your gun? Oh man, that's bad news. Especially here in Martinez. I hope you'll find it soon before things turn foul. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
I was really hoping that would allow me to do the thing that I would otherwise have to force him to do without forcing him. Doesn't seem to be the case. Even though we don't scum, I'm going to make a safety save. The game's going to make one of its own, apparently. But I'm going to make a safety save just because I like this guy. I don't want him to hate me. It stings too
Stuck in the
much.
rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
The lady driver's on my mind.
What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drivers here.
The problem is I've run into complete dead ends with all of those dialogue trees, and this is the only option that seems to be still be available to me. I don't want to do it. I've avoided doing it for a long time now. But I don't really know where else to turn, Tommy. I'm sorry. She's a suspect, and I need you to tell me where she is, or I can't finish this investigation.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Something breaks in him as he stares into your eyes. Where is the lady driver?
Here.
He takes a key ring from his pocket, then looks at it before giving it to you. In silence.
Her lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
I'm sorry I had to do this.
I bet you are.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
He blinks, his eyes half empty now. Where is she now?
No. I don't know.
And why did you have the keys?
She left them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
He does not finish the sentence. Thank you. I'll go to the cabin then, and I'm sorry again. feels like shit. I don't feel good about that at all. I broke that man. He was so sad. See, now he feels stupid because he trusted me. He feels I've betrayed that, and he feels he's betrayed her trust, and he's worried about her, and he thinks that what he just did is going to get her killed. So that's just horrible all around, huh?
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days. This is the one the man pointed to. His friend's lorry.
Let me get a look in there.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and 2 steering levers.
Locked, I presume?
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
Let's use that key then.
You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just
open it.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Let's see these posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
Stop and wonder, what is that smell?
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably Grenade number 5.
Grenade! Study the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly.
Enough posters.
The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
Let me get a look at that radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Just fucking run off with the aux cord, man. That's not cool.
The peculiar frequency tableau indicates that at least 128 stations have been saved on this radio.
Damn, you're really bringing up Mario Odyssey again. Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
Unclear.
Is there anything I can do with the radio?
Not without the dial key, no. The ghostly actresses and the rusty toolbox under the driver's seat and the oddly bulging seat cover.
Check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver.
Am I getting 3 new tools like when I went to Kim's car? Because that's great.
But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
To discourage acceleration? Why sandpaper?
No idea. You could peel off the sandpaper to peek underneath, but that would be tampering with the scene.
I could just take like a teensy-weensy peek.
The throttle underneath looks as smooth as glass, slippery even. The sandpaper must be there to add some extra grip.
To encourage acceleration, huh?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a pull-out toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
How does he do that with his voice, though? God damn. Sorry, pull out the pull-out toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
You know I'm unfolding it.
It's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
I'm gonna pick that up.
It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache. The pull-out tool will slide back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes. You close the rusty old lorry door. Your job here is done.
Okay, well, I should be able to report back to Joyce now. So I didn't take anything from that. Like, I didn't pick up that note or anything, seemingly. Though I do still have my book to read. But the reading of books is almost as time-consuming as consulting this law drop statue, which I've still yet to do, but I will at some point. I think today should be the day to do it, because specifically without having a partner around, we cannot get that much done. Or at least, I'm struggling to see the ways in which I can progress. So it's probably a good day to be reading. Be that a plaque commemorating, you know. I can't actually, is that a statue of Krasmazov? I don't think it is. That would potentially make no sense. Again, I have pretty bad amnesia. I have acute encephalopathy. Fuck. I was trying to say this the other day because she says it. I had to read it out. It's a tricky one. Acute encephalopathy. There we go.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with the lorryman at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
It's been like 8 seconds. You following me via drone? What's happening? Where are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologise for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
Maybe it doesn't matter to you.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
You sent us on a wild goose chase. There's nothing to investigate.
I don't believe that for one moment, officer. I'm just going to assume that departmental regulations prevent you from saying anything more. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Then tell me again, how are the lynching and the strike connected?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
You need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they?
Crenell, an Oronese military company.
Been calling her
As far as I
Crandall.
know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
It's very sad.
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
Fortunately, I have an incomprehensible buff against people wearing that armor. I don't know how it works. I don't think this game has combat in. But I have +2 hand-eye coordination against enemies wearing it, so don't worry, Joyce. Not even for a second.
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
at some point during that process he was also shot to death, but let's just leave that for now. What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
I have to say, this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
Holy shit, okay.
They would have to project strength and power.
What can they do against the Union? There seem to be a lot of them.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, detective? It's not pretty.
No, where have you seen that? Can you, like, pull up the YouTube video of that on your phone or something? I mean, that sounds gnarly as fuck, but also aggressively specific.
These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
First of all, you do not need to provide me with a lecture on the impenetrability of this armor. I spent hours thinking about it. Secondly, I don't even have a gun.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario that you're describing?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from following suit. One single, concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
Okay. Then what can you tell me about Crenell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
That's a very beloved game, I think.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
I love her affected pronunciations of these places. It's so, like, appropriately indicative of both her worldliness and also just the way she conducts herself and would like to be seen. They did such a stupidly good job with the voice acting. Like, I didn't play the game before they put it in, but knowing that it didn't used to be there and playing it with it and just hearing how perfect everything is, I'm like, damn. Okay, anything else you can tell me?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
I mean, I've got a Tidal subscription. I presume the whole ICP discography's on there, but I can't pretend I've ever looked. ICP's database. Background check. What are you talking about?
Ah, yes. Your condition. The International Collaborative Police maintains a database for these sorts of things. Perhaps you should consult it. It was just a suggestion.
Could you contact the company, tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
The colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
I've played enough games to know that this man's surname is Lulelo. Anything else? Nationality? How old would you say he was?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age or gauge his facial expressions.
Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
So we're either dealing with a Kanye West jaw wired shut, or a 50 Cent jaw wired shut. Only time will tell.
Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion. If you continue like this, you'll have an aneurysm. Then you'll have to.
And this colonel, you said he assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on, then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
And what did the teenagers say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
I mean, this isn't the first time I've heard of this, but I'm apparently left no choice to say anything else. Maybe there's a good reason for that. It's the first time I've heard of this. When did this assault take place? And where?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was the woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
And where are they now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
I mean... Vigilantes. The RCM gets its authority from the Coalition. Where does theirs come from?
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down.
I still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Damn. I should have known it was going to hit me with a red check. Literally incapable of succeeding at those right now, I'm pretty sure. On account of the precarious world kicking around in my brain. All red checks fail. Is it worth failing it, or is that just going to damage the morale that I just healed? I think I'm probably just going to move on.
That's wise. Our goal is to avert catastrophe. Besides, you're likely to encounter them sooner or later.
Well, if and when I do, I'm going to have a bonus to hand-eye coordination on account of my beautiful, beautiful, beautiful boots. How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
What? You mean you don't know what's going on?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There's a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Okay.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
I guess one thing. Can you tell me about these tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand.
For about half a minute, in silence.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Places, like stars in the sky?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What for?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
This rocks. This guy's got like the Breath of the Wild Hero's Journey feature from the DLC built into his body. That's kind of amazing. Then what?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
What's that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
You said you can't read it. It seems an awful lot like you can.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Oh, okay. Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Yeah, that'd be a bit of a dick move. That's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Don't think so. Brushing right up on 5 PM. Lovely stuff. So I still just don't have any way in here, huh? Cindy.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
How many of me are there? She's seeing double here. 4 crusties. See you later, Cindy. Still don't seem to have a way into any of the various apartment buildings. You know, I'm trying to avoid using my memory to figure out any of the stuff based on things I've done in another, admittedly very different file, which I think I've basically caught up to with what I'm doing today, albeit not within, like, the chronology of the game, but in terms of what I've achieved. But yeah, I'm trying not to base it on that, but I don't actually know where to go. So let's just chill.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
Good for now. I'm looking for a hat, but I don't remember where you keep them if you have any. This is sunglasses, right?
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
That's all good. And then that's sneakers. I just want a hat. I think the pawn shop's not selling any clothes. There's an examinable down there. How did I miss that? Okay, here we go. Did I even check all this stuff?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets.
It would appear that I did. And then that's... Wait, what is this?
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hyundal burning.
I'll give it a sniff.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
That's fair enough. What's the deal with the man on this t-shirt?
That's the man from Hjelmdal walking away as his village burns.
Remind me, who's that?
The man from Hjelmdal is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla, mostly what is nowadays Arda NFD. He left his native village of Hjelmdal after his son was kidnapped, having many exciting adventures and killing many enemies with his swords. But he lost his family in the process. Tragic stuff, really.
How much are you selling it for?
2 real.
2 is pretty good, but what about 0?
But why?
Because, I mean, this man from Helmdall is a superstar. I'm a superstar. It'd be perfect.
I suppose that makes sense, yes. Please go ahead and take it. Welcome to Hjelmdal.
Aw, I just keep taking things off this dude. I feel terrible. I gotta stop asking him to give me free shit, because he just keeps complying.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-travelled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
I get on my tiptoes and take a closer look.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
What I really want to know is, could this device come handy in my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
So, this Stereo 8 approved machine here
is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Oof. And it definitely works, yeah?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
That's a bit too much money right now, especially considering I don't have any tapes. Though I'm still on the lookout for a tape. I need a sad song. But I've yet to encounter one, as far as I'm aware.
Officer, the flashlight, please.
Sorry. My bad.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
So you don't sell anything here? Okay, my bad. Moving on. Sorry about the torch. He's probably going to be seeing light spots for like weeks now. It is a bit aggressive of me to run up to people and just shine it in their face every time, you know? Sadly, the neutral resting position of my mouse kind of just puts it there anytime I speak to people. Butter sign down.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. 2 ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it.
Alright, let me put on my glasses, so I can see what they ain't looking at. Oh, do I have my good glasses on? Oh, that doesn't bode well. That doesn't bode well at all. No cigarettes either. Oh well. We'll give it a go.
Crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. 2 ugly lines mar the bright countenance.
I mean, we already had one unbelievably fortunate roll of the dice, so...
Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubbernecking now.
Nothing to see here. Guess I should put my bag on too. Just in case I'm missing all kinds of bottles and such. Because I could be. So we got a book to read. We potentially got a monument to consult. Should we choose to do that without time. But I feel as though, especially in light of what Joyce has told us about how there's going to be like mass executions, something more important to do. I'm just not convinced I can progress with it yet. Ask another about the tattoo's possible meaning. Who else? I mean, obviously I couldn't ask Titus or his friends. Or the lawyer attached to them. God's not gonna know. No options for it for Cindy. Really don't think Kuno's gonna want to help. Still no way inside the apartment building. Do have to pay my rent. Still want to take a drink. Still need speed. Still need a gun. What do we need? Amphetamines, alcohol, firearms, and a place to sleep. Huh. Go read up on cockatoos in the bookstore. I mean, maybe. I feel like I've not left myself with much else to do. Let's try this out.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Who is this?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
Indentations? What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet?
It could have been Kuno throwing rocks at maximum velocity. Don't be so presumptuous, Perception. What did the king do?
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth.
Like a dragon.
Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Literally a dragon.
He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
Hustler style. Wait, really? There's no way that's true.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
Is this the first drug I've encountered in this game that shares its name with, the real equivalent? No, there's a few. So we've got cocaine, we've got amphetamines, we've got alcohol. But we also have, I can't even find it, I can't access my inventory. We got the freaky polyhedron. I mean, they're all real. Magnesium, etc. I just wouldn't, take the mag.
Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
This is a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
So he was addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie?
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
What is nose candy?
Cocaine.
Okay, yeah. I know. I just wanted to exhaust the tree. Where's he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
Damn, these guys played their own revolution like I played Dishonored.
A group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled.
Who restored it?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
Seems a little bit mean.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
I mean, it's cool, it just... Maybe not everyone who's stuck in this situation wants to be reminded. You know? That's brilliant, it's so funny and nihilistic.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
I guess I do, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like a horse, a workhorse, for hard work.
What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged.
I mean, I didn't get a STEAM achievement.
That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
Yeah, I ride. A little.
A little? You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
I mean, yeah, I did take that bribe from that Joyce woman.
Oh yeah, you took that bribe hard. You're a killer.
Sure, and I got that giant novelty check from Everett.
Wasn't easy getting that giant novelty check from Everett. Took some ingenuity to get into the harbor, but you got in, and you took that bribe as hard as any cop's taken it.
Oh, and then there's pawning stuff off to that suspicious Roy guy.
Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shake 'em for shit and then pawn it off. Law officer style.
I guess I've made some gills, sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No, I'm actually not.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
The system is broken.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
Fucking taxes, man.
That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
Really? Every time I sneeze?
Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony, one tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here, total tax duties add up to 98% of all your money.
Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
I mean, bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how will deregulation help with that?
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Good talk, savoir-faire. Good talk. Okay, indirect modes of taxation. Temporary research bonus -2 empathy for 1 hour and 45 minutes. First, if you have a side bitch ideology cooking somewhere, don't sweat it. Fighting indirect taxation for the Gotham estate is compatible with all creeds. It's cool like that. You're a cool anarchist now. Unless you don't want to be an anarchist. Whatever. Stuff this meal ticket in your eye socket and let's see if we can steal some love back from the rubber barons at the customs agency. The robber barons, not rubber barons, that'd be a bit strange. Bouncy barons. Kinda want one now. Not as like a pet, as just like an action figure. I just want a bouncy ball, I'll be honest. I haven't bounced a bouncy ball in like over 10 years. When was I? Oh yeah, rubber barons. Why does that feel like a term that's already in my brain? Rubber baron. I don't think that's a thing. Stuff this meal ticket in your eye socket and let's see if we can steal some love back from the robber barons at the customs agency and the banditos at the Insulindian Financial Oversight and Competition Committee. I don't think I'm all that enthusiastic about spending to open a slot for this. You know, we got Motorway South and the Precarious World ticking away, but we are up to 4, so we have a little leeway in terms of both the Thought Cabinet and our own stats. But that's a nice position to be in, that's a luxury. Let's bask in it for a little bit before we actually commit either way. Although, if we are about to read a book or something, it would make more sense to get started on Thought before that, as, you know. That does cause time to pass at a somewhat alarming rate. A few things we still need to get on top of. I gotta pay my rent for the night. It doesn't really count as rent. I have to... it is rent. It's literally renting a room for the night, but I gotta rent a room for the night. Not that I'm particularly tied to this building, but I don't know where else I can sleep. And I still don't know if it's like game over if you don't rent somewhere, so...
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight.
Got the 20 real?
Yeah, here you go.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Why do you sound like you're drunk as hell right now, dude?
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Alright, Half-Light, chill. It ain't that serious. Had to be done. It has now been done. Anything new with you since various developments?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Well, question asked, question answered. Let's stop wasting our time. Maybe the world is just our oyster to fuck around now, until the end of the day. I don't think I can actually go to bed until at least 9. I'm not sure. I can't get Everard's signatures. I can't find Morel. I'm pretty sure I can't find a working class husband. My heraldic bird. That's going to require buying a book. I mean, we're the closest to Rome that we're going to be, so... we can at least find the thing. You know, we can browse to the Cockatoo book to at least ascertain the price of the thing. But now that we've paid some rent, we're a little bit freed up. The problem is we can't cover it for tomorrow as well. Cockatoos. Not this? What is that? A
A
lone book.
sulphur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo.
Give it a flip.
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems.
And is that where I identify with it? Bad behavior. Hey, storekeeper, what about this guide to cockatoos?
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Might fuck around and put on some big yellow gloves and try and steal this. I don't think my relationship with this woman can deteriorate much farther than it already has. In fact, its deterioration up to this point is already conferring a penalty in my attempt to do this. But seeing as I am the law, I cannot be arrested. And I have no remaining relationship with this woman to damage. I'll give it a go.
A sulphur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly
Unless
open.
it makes the price go
It
up
looks
if I
as
fail.
if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich.
Or maybe she just won't sell it to me
guide
at
to a
all.
well-behaved cockatoo.
I'm going to give it a go. It's basically a coin flip. Give or take.
You wait for the storekeeper
Beautiful.
to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours. Splendid effort.
And I owe it all to these giant yellow rubber Baron gloves. I love it.
Shelves fill to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
What's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick
I don't want
Mullen and his
those.
stories to sort all that out.
I don't want any of those.
You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Yeah, you reckon?
Sex crimes did pique your interest.
No, they
but
didn't.
Still,
They piqued
this
me
Dick
pressing the
Mullen
David
person
Byrne button.
only gets your pleasure
In horror.
down.
What do you mean? Look through the display of books.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. Furthermore, they have no idea how hard it is to simply remove a body from a tree.
Thank you, Endurance. Someone had to say it.
What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives.
Shit.
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
It's a big list, huh? I do kind of need a wee again. The problem is I think I can't just start him off on this list and then leave. But I do recall this being a long list. Oh god, no.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
I don't want to read about him, I just want a cool hat. My kingdom for a hat. This is ridiculous.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
I know I already looked at this stuff, but I don't think I looked at it after speaking with Lena about cryptids. Maybe there's something relevant here now?
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf,
Yeah, we've been here. We
various
did this.
paranatural books.
Okay, we're good. Just gotta let that lie. Could you, like... I guess I should check these things too,
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right books.
Wow, more Helmdall.
Mountains of it. Heroic quantities of Helmdall. Roy's puny shirt is nothing compared to the real deal.
I love that it keeps track of stuff like that. I don't know how it does. I don't know how people manage to pull this game together, but as I repeatedly keep restating, I stay impressed. Look through the display of books.
Rows and rows of Heimdallar blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man.
That one sounds great, though. I kind of want that one. Enough.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Do any of these books call out to me?
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Ow!
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Heimdall in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man.
Harry.
Between the throne and the Heimdallar Man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Heimdall and the Devil Woman.
Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
$9? $9? Is it 9 or 3? Yeah, that's a 9. $9 for a book that seems poised to give me psychic morale damage? Like, I don't know. I don't think I can sustain buying into that much unhappiness. That seems like a terrible deal in every regard. I mean, I don't know what that book contains, but considering my character was incapable of viewing it through any, like, non-misogynistic lens, I feel like it's not going anywhere good.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Around here we pronounce it Wirral. Look through the pile of Wirral-related items.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table.
God, I love the word codices.
Book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
Anything that really catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. Nonsense for anemic Beano-clads.
Oh, physical instrument didn't like that one. What do we have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a
Oh, they got
classic for
Viticulture?
sure. Or
I've
perhaps
played
you'd
that.
like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography.
Viticulture's kind of fun, but I'm terrible at it.
Raubritta is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Look at me. Who'd want to have children with me?
Don't be so hard on yourself, sir. You just need to clean up a bit. And technically, friends are a bit like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
What about all these Wirral things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
I actually can't still buy them. I cannot afford the Wirral board game, which is a shame. but I don't think I'm going to be buying suzerainty right now. Endless construction. I mean, I got to imagine some of it's in response to the fact that it's been so windy. A lot of stuff needs fixing. Like I said, when I was looking out the window the other day, I saw a fence just fucking snap in half. Nothing touched it, except the wind. It was just like, boop. Congratulations, you have a public garden now. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, hard for me to feel too bad. I don't even have a garden myself, but like... that wind is, that's fucked up. I don't trust like that. I think it's hopefully stopping, but it's... it did some damage in the night. We don't need to speak to Kuno S again, but let's do
Kuno,
it.
the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
Take one step closer.
Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
She means it. The fear is real.
I just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Hey kid, I'm a computer.
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got done. Talk to me.
So it's a girl. Interesting.
We already knew all this. I pointed a gun at this girl twice. I can't believe I hadn't actually tried to interact with her from that side of the fence before.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I really just want speed.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
I know that, Kuno. I'm aware. I guess we just find somewhere decent to read. Not sure what else to do. I could go back up to the right to work guy, but I kind of, I don't think I'm going to get any more interesting information out of him. Mostly just gets on my nerves.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
He sounds like the Dark Souls talking stones. Hello, I'm sorry. What exactly is your goal here? Oh, nope, sorry, that's not what are you hiling? Oh no, it's just pointing in a very unfortunate direction. What exactly is your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you're unable to breach the entrance?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Wait, you can't get by Measurehead? I got by Measurehead. I kicked him in the face.
Yeah. I saw your ballerina moves up there. In a real fight, these acrobatics will get you killed faster than a bullet.
Oh yeah, that was a fake fight. That's why I knocked him unconscious.
You caught him off guard. That only happens once. Now he's alert, standing on a narrow bridge, and my men are tired and hungry.
Don't misrepresent the situation. It wasn't like a Houdini stomach punch. I didn't sucker punch the man. I caught him off guard because he wasn't expecting me to be able to do like a flying kick. All that means is that those ballet antics that you disparaged are actually useful. I don't want to encourage you to storm in. Why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
You seem to offer more civilized conversation to me than you have this whole time. What are you going to do now?
Wait! They might go home eventually, or get drunk. Leave the access panel unguarded, or the company sends someone to reason with them. Unexpected situation, but we hold the pressure on until someone makes a mistake. Then it's our time. We strike.
You strike? Interesting, sir. I thought you were here to do the opposite. What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together,
God, that was
decide to
melodic.
block
What a
honest
bunch
work
of
from other
lazy,
people.
ungrateful cockroaches, God. Like, what the hell? He was on a full melody there. And what do the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
How come you're built like a brick shithouse, but the other scabs are so scrawny?
I work hard, and I would work even harder if the fuckers would let us work!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, I gotta ask. Where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Curiosity. Just trying to figure out this strike mess.
Big mess, caused by union greed.
Mm-hmm.
But I only fight for the rights of people.
Yeah, I got that, but I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain in Jamrock.
Not the M&M domain.
Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy
can't
lifting,
escape it.
cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A monstrous shadow high above the fire traps of the domain. The 881 motorway running over this district of Jamrock. Concrete pillars rise up from the midst of the dilapidated wooden houses. On the horizon, barely visible, the hazy machinery of the harbor. Life in the domain is even worse off than in Martinez. The cold air is stiff from the fumes of the motor carriages and lorries roaring overhead. Below, broken down, battered people mill on the dusty streets with no purpose. Yet amongst them, there is no sight of this man. Nowhere.
You're not from the domain.
Yeah? What makes you say that?
No one there knows you.
They know me. That's bullshit.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. So. Let's gather our thoughts. Gather our thoughts with an F? That's not how that works. How long we got left on these? 2 hours 32, 2 hours 4. So we've only got 2 more hours of failing every red check. But considering the absolute inertia that I'm met with currently, when it comes to progressing in what feels like the actual plot, I'm not expecting to encounter any red checks in that time. More likely, in my opinion, is that it will be spent buried in a book. And that's where I intend to take myself next. But we got a t-shirt description. The man from Helmdall is standing in front of a burning village, dual-wielding his ever-present Zweihanders. His muscles look ready to burst out of the 2-dimensional print and into your 3-dimensional life. Ooh, new interactables too. What a fool I've been. My books. A book about different cockatoo species and their behavioural problems. Perhaps it could also offer some insight into your own often problematic actions. The spectacular Major Majestic Cockatoo eyes you from the cover. And the Greatest Innocence. This dusty tome brings knowledge on the history of innocences. It is written by one João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego, a Mesque fascist, who tries to reach a conclusion on which of the innocences is the coolest in the world. I was joking with that dialogue. I didn't think the book was actually about that. I hope it is. Because that's pretty wonderful. I'm just queuing up a BRB because I gotta be right back again. That's what BRB stands for, by the way, if you weren't sure. Funny how much that's kind of entered people's general vernacular when, to say out loud, it saves no time. It's the same number of syllables. It doesn't need initializing out loud. Yet here we all are, and by we all, I aggressively project in all directions while only really doing it myself. 10 hours. I'm not going to be gone for 10 hours. I like to know that it's not going to stop. Where are we? Where are we? Are we doing this? Yeah, okay, right. I'll be right back. Boop. See, I just wanted the Filing Shrine music for 10 hours. What I seem to have ended up with is someone has sat at a bonfire. This is not an exaggeration. That's a video of someone filming themselves sat at Filing Shrine bonfire for 10 hours. With pop-ups of their friends coming on and offline visible in the corner. That's beautiful. Unbelievable blessings to Tim Cleaver for recording and uploading 10 hours of video of just being sat at Filing Shrine when you could have just done what other people did and just loop the music. I respect it, I really do. That's passion and I love that. But if there were kinds of weird notification noises and shit happening while I wasn't there, that's why. So, I kind of need to just replace my friends ain't shit boyfriend. Wonderful stuff. I kind of need to replace this BRB. I'm thinking I'm probably just gonna... I downloaded a bunch of, well, I think the majority of the clips that have been made of this channel, by extension, the majority of clips made of this channel have been by me anyway. Love the clip feature on Twitch. They made it worse, but for a while there it was like the best thing. It's still one of the best things about the website. Like, if I'm a little bit like, checking someone's channel out or whatever, I go to the top clips of all time and I can very quickly tell, at least if it's somewhere I don't want to be. But it's also a pretty good way to find out if it's somewhere I do want to be. So that's cool. It's useful in that regard. Let's read. Let's read this one first. The Greatest Innocence.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy.
Crack open this immense tome.
Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. You can do it. It'll be worth it. There's something here.
If you say so.
Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
I didn't read anything yet.
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first Innocence?
Uh-oh.
Dolores Day.
I thought she was the last Innocence. Alright, apparently I found a friend. Don't fuck me on this pain threshold. Don't fuck me on this pain threshold? That's like the most brutal sentence of all time. That sounds like if Peaches was a metal band. Hey, Bingus. Bingus is back. No longer on a train, I presume? I'm gonna go with Dolores Day.
Incorrect.
Fuck.
Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism.
Yet the last one, right?
Internationalism and the welfare
Like,
state.
I knew that.
She
I can't believe
codified
Pain Threshold talked me off it.
democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern. She was powerful and beautiful on all her icons.
I know more about the game world than bits of my character's brain do. That's frustrating.
Her colors are silver, white, and apricot.
Oh, not
And
apricot.
when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps? Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one.
What?
A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this.
Oh my god, his voice broke. I love this voice acting so much.
Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first Innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day.
It's got to be Solar, right? That's the sun.
Incorrect.
Fuck.
Solar was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence. Solar resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again?
I do. Could it be the Paracarnassian?
Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum. As the first Innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party.
Okay.
Question 2. Who was the strongest Innocence?
Oh dear.
Dolores.
Shut up, Pain Threshold. I'm not letting you do this to me, okay? Listen to you for the last time. The strongest. I'll just do them in order, because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't think it's Dolores, but... Vespa Messina?
Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not
Messina.
a person,
My mistake.
but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident.
See, I
It
thought
used
2
to
wasn't a
take up
person.
most of the peninsula before separating into the republics of Vespa and Messina. Care to try again?
Franco Negro?
Correct. Named
Okay.
the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation.
Huh.
Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue.
Huh.
Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Okay, it wasn't Dolores Day. She's not false.
Kedra?
Incorrect. Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area of the Mawindi Isola.
They're never having
north
me
of
back
the
on
Occident,
Jeopardy.
between the Ilmarin mountain range and the Pacific Mare Interregnum. Care to try again?
I don't even know how to go about pronouncing that. No Pasternak?
Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernau Pasternak.
Ernau.
He was
What
into
a fool I've
torture,
been.
despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra.
Kind of a weird set of hobbies. Yeah, I love torturing and singing hymns.
Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much.
I guess they kind of
This is
go
the
hand in
most
hand a little
important
bit.
one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind.
Dolores Day.
Correct. The Mesk might see Franco
We got
Negro
that.
as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-isolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful. And more beautiful. And more beautiful.
Why has Pain Threshold got such a crush on her?
Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a C, vaguely passable. A solid effort with nothing much else to show. Nice going, mediocrity man.
Yeah, well, you're a book written by a fascist, so, you know, I'll take a low grade, I don't care.
You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Okay, Inland Empire, do you want to have a conversation with Pain Threshold? Because that's not on me. I tried, I did what I could. Damn you, you arrogant book.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers.
Do you not think I may be shouting at an inanimate object as though I am the leader of the anti-object task force? Because I am! I think of like the 8 times I've tried to say this. I've butchered at least half of the attempts. Something about it as a run of words. Anti-object task force. Oh, it's really just like it makes my mouth go anti. Ooh, it's like a horrible jaw exercise. Well, that book didn't go so well. But, you know, it was written by a Mesk fascist who was trying to determine which was the coolest god, so... the coolest of the innocents. It's not about cockatoos.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues.
Okay, what more?
This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts.
I love it calling them
funeral
toos.
cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated.
Alright, what problems do these birds have?
Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up.
I could handle that. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to when feeling lonely.
Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive.
That's pretty bad. Anything else?
It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own.
Yeah, but there has to be something great about cockatoos as well.
You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Ouch. That must hurt.
Yeah. Read about the funeral cockatoo.
This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it.
Kind of badass. Read about the major majestic cockatoo.
Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature.
Bumptious?
In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species.
Read about the most common bang bang cockatoo.
Despite its banging name, the bang bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoles name, bang bang, is thought to be of onomatopoeic origins.
Onomatopoeic? Is that how that word works out loud? Because I could have sworn there's a T in that. Maybe my ears just smoothed over it. Honestly, this bird does sound a little bit like me.
Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
Only the funeral cockatoo, in its darkness, can truly grasp the depths of my doom-laden soul. What if I'm just a fuck-up-a-two? A fuck-up and a cockatoo? I kind of want to press that one just because it allowed me to say fuck-up-a-two.
You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied.
That's not what it said.
This sorry-ass bird belongs on your heraldry.
Fuck-up-a-two.
It probably doesn't even have feathers and only screams.
I'd feel a little bit less robbed if he'd said fuck-up-a-two. But that's okay. We'll find one. We'll find one. Well, that took a while.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copo type.
Wait, there are copper types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop?
No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Fucking... They should be sorry.
Yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up.
But won't the other copper types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry.
He almost laughed at me.
They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copo type from sorry to anything.
I mean, I'm not that sorry though, am I? Yeah, I'm not that sorry. I am a superstar. I'm an unapologetic... Well, I'm a partially apologetic superstar. It's my secondary place. Whatever. I'm sorry.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million.
I love the way the sorry cop dialogue's been written. I mean all of it pretty much, but damn. The sorry cop stuff really goes in. You're one you're one sorry piece of shit. A cop penitent. A flagellant cop monk. This is not the right line of work for you. You should be groveling at the feet of a feudal lord, providing lurid evidence against yourself at a Mazovian show trial, or ripping the flesh from your back with a cat o' nine tails. Whatever made you this way, you can be damn sure it was your own fault. Do it. Really criticize yourself. Who knows? You might uncover something of importance from your guilt-ridden past. 6 hours? I can live with -1 authority, probably. 6 hours, though? Sooner I get started on it, the better, I suppose. I don't know if it's gonna come up with like a good solution. I have a feeling I'm gonna rigorously critique myself, and the bonuses will be like, you're sad now, movement speed cut by 30%. No, please. I was already sad. Don't take my ability to run around. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. L'origine du disco.
That page 3 girl, she must be the most beautiful page 3 girl ever printed. And look at those freckles. The origin of disco. Makes you want to dive into the boogie, doesn't it? Get closer to disco itself with Miss Page 3.
So they still put the nudie ladies on page 3 in this universe, huh?
Come on, beauty is inviting you on a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage you can make with just your hand.
It's a law that transcends universes. Wait, what? Hand-eye coordination wants me to pound off now? Excuse me? Hold on. This is what happens when you two get together? Is that referring to electrochemistry and hand-eye coordination collaborating?
Yes. Sure is.
Oh my god. How exactly can I travel to the origin of disco with Miss Page 3?
Oh, come on. Don't say you've forgotten that as well. You can feel what you want to do. You want a party, don't you? Party right now with Miss Page 3. Unzip and party.
Hang on, right now? Unzip?
That's exactly what I mean. Unzip and party down on yourself, my man. No one's watching.
Sileng is right there.
Except Miss Page 3, of course.
And Sileng.
Look at her thighs. Between her thighs. And what are you waiting for, man? Party with Miss Page 3 all the way to Disco Zero.
So I haven't done it yet. It's healed health, but I didn't heal health from actually engaging with this. I don't know. I feel like I have to follow through with this, but at the same time, it feels like something I cannot undo. Yeah, I want to get into the groovy. Let's disco, baby. Start unzipping.
Is what you're thinking. But you don't want to disco like this.
You're right,
Not
I don't.
really. Not in the deepest part of your soul, where the freckles only make you sad.
Damn.
Come on, what are you talking about? Sad freckles. Freckles are fun.
Why do I hurt all of a sudden?
The furnace has long been cold, despite itself.
I'm gonna die.
You're too sad to jerk off. This is not the first time this has happened, either.
I'm gonna die of being too sad to masturbate in the street.
Then it is truly over. You are beyond the help of the Page 3 girl. You are truly doomed.
Damn. Alright, well, I gotta go and buy some magnesium. Oh, God, I love this game. I don't know how that's the first time I've seen that. I guess you need like a really high electrochemistry stat for that, because I've been by there plenty of times on a different character. And I have never, my character, I should say, for the fact that I'm saying this out loud, my character has never experienced the urge to masturbate before. I don't understand. Oh, at least it didn't happen, though. The fact that it didn't happen was because I was too sad. It's actually going to cost me money.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste.
Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here.
Thank you. Okay. That was close. I really thought that was going to be a fatal failure to masturbate. Maybe it would benefit me to spec a little bit further into Volition. I know I swore I wouldn't, and I probably still won't. But I'm getting too close to death in some of these situations. I don't trust it. Someone on my Steam's playing Lost Ark. I say someone on my Steam. One of my closest friends is playing Lost Ark. I've not touched that game. I don't know anything about it. But I will say, since it came out, that friend has not showed up to play anything else. For whatever that's worth. I should probably pursue that myself, actually. Not the game. Playing something with that person. I want to get back to Grounded. Grounded is so much fun. I was in a 3-person Grounded save file. That's just a good time. Okay, so there's nothing new in here, seemingly. Really am a little bit directionless all of a sudden. I say all of a sudden. Happens a lot. The directionlessness in this particular moment, though, I think is resulting from an actual lack of meaningful things that I can do. Maybe I should just buy a drink. It would at least get me some experience, and then, you know, I've got it. Cigarettes as well, I seem to have run out of, and the bonuses from those are especially useful to somebody with my stats. Any kind of bonus to the blue stuff is a huge boon. I presume it's Fruit that sells all 3, right? I just usually only interact with the medicine cabinet because I'm always so disastrously low on morale. Low on morale? Put points into Volition. No. I refuse. That looks...
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
What about speed? Do you sell speed at this establishment?
Huh? Speed. Like, speed. No, Frick doesn't do that.
What's the point if they don't even sell the good drugs?
That's what I'm saying. Do you sell any under-the-counter vices?
No, Frick only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Cool. Okay, well... Commodore Red. So that's wine. The Pilsner's cheaper. But it seems to have the same bonuses. I presume they have different numbers of uses, but... price of these things is really kind of... it's getting up there. Jesus! Vodka costs twice all the money I have in the damn world. Pale-aged. Ooh, did I actually take that out to the pale? That can't be right. That wouldn't even age it. Time doesn't work properly there. I feel like time... that would be the opposite of age. I thought you could just get stuck there. Maybe I'm drafting in too much exterior black hole knowledge and just projecting it onto something that isn't necessarily all that relevant. Give me the potent Pilsner.
Here you go, mister.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. I'm just going to drink it in here if that's alright. I know this isn't off license, but I'm on license. Sorry.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens.
Let me get a look at this.
What a solid can of mass-produced piss water. Well over 10% alcohol in this so-called beer. Pop it open before it gets too warm.
Damn, there's more than 10% alcohol in that Pilsner?
Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it.
I love every time he says alcohol. It's so satisfying to me. Should I though? I have a teeny weeny heart attack problem.
Oh yes, the chest pain and the dizziness. You've suffered long enough. Now it's time to drink, to live.
Fair enough.
There's a satisfying pop as the cap comes off, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now.
Take a sip.
A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done.
Lovely stuff.
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Sad, of course, but at the same time, completed a task. Can't get the signatures. Not going to be able to prove my authority to Titus Hardy, though I could inadvisably attempt to do so. Incredibly low chance of it working. Who else has unauthorized access to the whirling trash? I don't think I'm going to be able to kind of make any real sense of that one. It's not even 8 PM yet. I shouldn't have sent Kim away at the very start of day 2. I feel like it's been a just terrible decision. In so many ways, for so many reasons. There's no way for me to know how these interactions would have gone had I had him around, at least the ones I've engaged in. But I feel like he would be able to offer me some level of direction at this particularly foggy juncture. As it stands, I remain unsure. Track down my badge, try the armored gloves. You know, I think there's other stuff I haven't read properly, now that I think about it. I think I put a lot of stuff on the back burner because of time concerns. My ledger among them. Wherever that's got itself to. Though this one might also be bad for my morale.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. Oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kitchen tissue is stuck to the back.
I love that it remembers I was in denial about it being toilet paper and convinced myself that it was kitchen tissue. That's so fucking good. Browse the case files.
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files. Commit to paper. These are your last couple of months in Revachol, Precinct 41, Jamrock Quarter.
There was mention of a naming convention here.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Oh my, and they're written in capital letters too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
More?
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and
that one
the
sounds
murder
good.
at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. You like this grimy murdering, don't you? Wish there was one in there about a drug den. You love those. Gets the blood pumping.
I mean, there's a hooker parlor. That's like the kids' version of a drug den, I guess.
It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close,
There's a breakthrough in a pipe down ledger.
you don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers.
Okay, breakthrough.
The precarious world. How not to lose. It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures, pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away, turn into salt, or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
Okay. Thought I had a bit more fight in it than I realized. Critical success and failure thresholds lowered by 1. Huh. I'm not necessarily sure I know exactly what that means. And as such, I can't tell if that is sometimes good, sometimes bad, or if those are both a good thing. My brain is failing to connect something right now. Have to see how it plays out. Motorway South's nearly done. Get back in the ledger. The progress has all been happening up in my brain, and I forgot. I forgot it was even going on. I was so concerned about other people's problems.
It's
Forgot about the mess of my own mind.
Trash. Oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kitchen tissue is stuck to the back.
So even with my +2 from the icosahedral dice set, and my +1 from the finished autopsy, my complete lack of logic means this is kind of risky. But I want to try. Can I read the case files now? We'll check the drawer.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other.
That seems
it's
done.
Slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline.
Okay, I didn't actually look at the stuff this time, but my guy really doesn't like interacting with this ledger. I'm going to do my best impression of a logic lord, see if I can bring that up and make some headway. Again, my hopes are low. So, definitely don't have my unlogical clothing on, right? This one takes rhetoric from me, but that's okay. As long as nothing's taking my logic from me. Okay. Briefly wear the racist shirt in order to peruse my own case files, though I fear that doing so will, once again, have an adverse effect on my morale. And I can only sustain so much of that type of nonsense right now.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. Oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kitchen tissue is stuck to the back.
Kitchen tissue. Can I read these files now?
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the Next World Mural.
What is HDB 41?
41 is your precinct.
HDB, though?
It's safe to say those are the initials of the officer responsible for the case. Your initials.
That makes sense.
Harry Dubois, HDB.
Okay. This is a lot of stuff. Square bullet holes I'm curious about. Couch in an unexpected location's what I need to hear, though, and you know it.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They look really cool, like a rock band.
Yes, as you said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch those guys?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
I can revisit this.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
I'm going to put it away. Because there's been a breakthrough. Another one. My mind's been working overtime.
Motorway south. The lone vector stretches in your mind's eye into the wild pale yonder for an unimaginable distance, forgetting until you can no longer remember anything. No cities, no mountains, no oceans, and finally, no vector. Nothing remains. A blank space with no point of reference, where only one type of motion is possible. The motion of a human throat, swallow in, and then it comes to you. To reach the end of the motorway south is to be unborn. You've had this thought before, while aimlessly wandering the streets of Jamrock. A lost piece of the man you were. A dark hope.
It is me. It is the freaking black hole. It deletes you. It's the complete destruction of information. There's so much more death than a death. Bonuses, though. All intellect white checks unlocked. God damn. Okay. +1 Inland Empire. Also great. Love Inland Empire. Damn. Cool and useful one. Meanwhile, rigorous self-critiques just ticking away in the background, damaging my authoritative nature. That's okay, though. God, this game is good. It's just unreasonable. Unreasonably brilliant, like, all the time. What to? I mean, I could go back to the ledger. I'm capable of such. Still haven't been collecting tar today. These are the ones I want on at any given time. Not that it's showing me anything useful. Do I have anything worth pawning off? Because I'm not in the best money situation. Especially if they're having to buy all of that magnesium. Not that it's expensive, but hemorrhaged some spondulics on that one. No word of a lie. Still don't have any more idea of how I'm going to find a working version of a top-loading rifle. But that's okay. Let's go back to the whirling. It's kind of late. It's going on 9 PM, so... I don't think anyone new or interesting is necessarily going to be in here, but... we're at least poised to go to bed soon if we need to, which... I maybe shouldn't have healed the last bit of morale damage, and held on to the magnesium for it. Because it does heal when you sleep. I cannot wait to roll over to the next day and get Kitsuragi back, though. This is all I really need. So, reopened all of my blue checks. All of them. Show me some, then. Mirror in my room. Footprints in the dust again. Backyard wall. There are a few immediately outside the whirling, I think. Might as well give them another go, but... I definitely feel that having Kim Kitsuragi around for any of these is probably going to improve my chances at them. Even if it doesn't literally improve the chance, It might open up some extra dialogue stuff that gives me bonuses for when I do attempt some of these. Remains to be seen. Check this again quickly, though. Take a little old look.
There are several footprints in the mud. Sitting at a desk, Lieutenant Kitsuragi fiddles with a pen.
It really doesn't want me looking at these without Kim here. It just doesn't want me to. I can't examine them without me, getting The Shining and watching the man doing some paperwork. What about this?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Hang on. Hang on. All intellect white checks unlocked. Is that not all blue white checks? When it says intellect, it means for all blue skills, right? Like it unlocks all of them.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush
Why is this
that
locked?
covers the plaza mosaic.
Is this me misunderstanding what's going on here, or is this just an odd little bit of scripting? I would be way more inclined to lean into just believing the former and moving on if I hadn't died kicking a furnace when it was meant to heal me, and since proved that it does heal me to do that stuff, just the furnace doesn't. I don't know if this is intended behavior or not. It's not the end of the world, but it did seem to be communicating to me that it had opened all of the blue-white checks. And the first one I've seen is locked, so not quite sure. Not that I need to be. My morale is all I really need to keep up. I need to keep up my morale and I need to find Morel, but I can't find Morel until tomorrow. But I'll have higher morale by tomorrow for finding Morel, on account of having slept, so there's that at least. This high keyboard version, this little organ, the beep 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 doo doo. For some reason I'm way less familiar with that than the other versions of this. Probably because when you spend time in here on the Switch, it's literally like 5 FPS at this time of day. Like as soon as the disco ball's going, it's like, oh my god, my frame rate, it's broken. I could fail the authority check. I probably shouldn't though. Let's take one last
Looks
quick
like
look at the menu.
The circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
How many times are you going to say that? It's not like appreciating in badassery with its repetition. Shit, actually. I don't know if this is a good thing to say, but I talked to Joyce. The merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
The snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down.
Nervous snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
They're forming some kind of tribunal, and they're coming for you.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us, and Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
You know the old secret weapon, Glenn. You never know what this sick freak's gonna do.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole merc platoon.
The mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Well, if Glenn has a knock cannon, I guess she'll be fine. But will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
See what? That they don't?
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
Motherfucker, I'm wearing it.
Oh! Wait, what? I'm just goofing. New boot goofing. Oh!
There is a certain point at which people need to put some respect on my name.
Put some respect on my name.
This is just sickening.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Yeah, but did you spend like 6 hours, 8 hours straight just thinking about nothing but this suit? Because I did! So shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about. Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Yeah, I'm asking you to look at this situation as a part of what's really happening in reality and react appropriately to minimize damage to yourself and to others, basically.
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check.
This Crenell is bad news, you know that, right?
So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean... shit. I mean something, but I'm gonna have to read these carefully because they seem to be committing me to different allegiances. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I can't really talk much shit about these guys' guns when I lost my own, but, sold my own. It's not quite the same. I mean, okay. They're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Titus.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
Vibe check.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
I'm just gonna put on some authority clothes, or at least make sure that I'm wearing them. Don't move. I said don't move! Oh, this fucker's moving. At such a leisurely pace and all, it's just insulting. I'm gonna try for this authority check, even though I have basically no faith in getting a good roll on it. I just need to make sure I'm not wearing anything that makes me less authoritative in this man's eyes. But I don't seem to be. It's always worth me checking, though. Yeah, we'll give it a go. Let's try this stuff out.
Whoa. In your hand, Pyrrolidon, the double rainbow of synthetic hallucinogens. Rare and gritty. A product of the age of atomic power.
Look at the little puck of liquid.
What a funny little cap. Don't let the scary medical warnings throw you off. It's an inadequate antidote to radiation poisoning, but a potent antidote to boredom.
Wait, radiation poisoning sounds scary.
It's not gonna give you radiation poisoning, stupid. Pyrrolidon is a perfect match for a badass junkie cop who's looking for a little heat. You need to lower the radiation levels, your stomach thinks. Slurp it.
Open the cap.
The container is warm to the touch. Or is that just the anticipation? You screw the lid open and look. A little slit on the side lets you just slurp it up. Like an oyster. Come on, slurp it.
Slurp it, but only a little. I recall doing this, like, 5 meters behind my character right now. I slurped an alcohol stain on the table, but only a little. I'm sure I recall licking it, but only a little bit. And Kim Kitsuragi just kind of pretended not to notice. Only a little.
You suck a minuscule drop of extremely chemical-smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. When you swallow, it's already almost all gone.
Tastes like a kiss.
It tastes like many things, all melting into one conflagration in the back of your throat. As you look around, the world slowly exists, as it did before. Only now, gentle flames lick at its edges, as though it were a photo burning.
Oh God, on fire?
Not really. It's just a metaphor. The effect of that otherworldly drop of liquid is slower, more subtle than that of real flames, yet just as warm.
Will I be able to stand straight and walk?
Why not? This government-developed substance seems very non-intrusive. You could even operate heavy machinery. Fire machinery. Please don't actually operate any fire machines.
This is going to be so useful in my line of work.
Already you can tell you're going to be sloping a lot more Pyrrolidon. This stuff is going to give you insight into that little flickering light hidden in all human beings.
That rocks.
If you can keep the vomit in, because it sort of also makes you want to throw up.
That does not rock. Well, let's fail this check.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I'm begging you to come up with a new line, dude. Oh, it's not looking good.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you are not helping.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing wrong. All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints.
I haven't said anything racist.
Of course you have. You've been calling people Kip left and right, inciting race violence in my town.
I don't even know what that means, but I promise you, sir. I've got lower fascism numbers than anyone. I don't even know how I got 2. There was the case of me accidentally saying something that I think was technically meant to be coming from a racist place in my character's brain, but I didn't know. I don't know what polo weasel means. Jesus Christ.
Kylie said they've been trying to set up a race rally, whatever the fuck that means. Trying to get the Kips out of Revachol before the economy goes to shit.
Yeah, there's no race rally.
Sure there is. Kylie said they're bulk purchasing confetti, ribbons too, and loudspeakers, and fireworks. Kylie works at the carnival shop, you see.
Get the fuck out of here, you racist carny. There'll be no race rally in my town.
What's going on? Are you racist now? Is the rally real? Please don't set up any rally. It'll make you look awful.
Fuck it, I'm gonna try again. I'm leaning in. This is a terrible idea, but I feel deeply wronged by these accusations. I'm not having it. Yeah, do your line again. Get out, get away. Come back when you can handle me. Get over
Looks
here.
like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
So you've said. Please, don't fuck me on this.
This time, seemed to work. You already ruled out the
Don't want
first bad option that didn't.
Oh, fuck me. I need Kim and his gun here for my demonstration.
The fuck are you talking about? Gun? No one's gonna let you wave a gun around here.
First you tell me someone's been raped, and then you don't say who. That's bullshit.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? The law handled it, all right?
I didn't even think I pressed the space bar. Did I slipped?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
You're not the law. Oh, I'm gonna die of morale poisoning. Wait, no, I've got 2. Of course, it brought my volition up. You're not the law. I'm the law.
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop crashing into people in my establishment! Stop provoking those oafs!
Sounds like someone's damn broke.
They're not going to give you anything, can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat.
This doesn't concern you, cafeteria manager.
Of course it concerns me if you make this kind of...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar. It's embarrassing. Take it outside, will you?
You gonna take that, Garth? You gonna take that from this guy?
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
Next time you're gonna have to give me some better things to say. I think we all know what happened here. You gave me 2 horrible dice rolls. And I wasted a point on authority that I don't even want clogging up my psyche. Oh, alright. Lesson learned. Just gonna move on with my life. Lick my wounds. Oh. Presume there have been no revelations that I can discuss with you.
Can I help you?
I don't think you can. I saw a thing.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Yeah, there's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably.
It doesn't keep me up at night. It doesn't consume my every waking thought. I don't care.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk
He runs his
and dust.
finger across the counter to check it for dirt.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yes?
I'm off. Ooh, 8:59. Any other good uses of my time? Let's consult the book. I'm still not sure why it hasn't opened some of these blue checks. It told me it was going to. Is it a case of I unlock the thought, then I... Okay, so... To unlock the white check in the conversation, I had to leave the conversation and rejoin it. Maybe because I unlocked the thought and then tried to use the bonus without transitioning areas, it hadn't loaded it yet? Is that maybe what was going on? If not, I am out of answers.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown
the
slush
hell?
that covers the plaza mosaic.
I don't understand why that's not working. Apologies if anyone's sitting in some level of dramatic irony and knows exactly why it's not working and it's something that I've misunderstood or done wrong. As best I can figure out, it's kind of just not working. But again, could be a miscomprehension of its semantics and terminology with regards to its own mechanics. It happens. Lord knows I spent a while confusing pain threshold and physical instrument and spent on one of those and it didn't open another one. But this did say intellect, and intellect, it's not just one of these, it's all of these. Including visual calculus. Then again, bonus from thoughts, 0. I think I'm probably misunderstanding something to some extent. But anyway, I feel so bad that I had to break this guy's trust. I feel bad that he hates me now, by extension. You know. Still don't know where Speed is. Still don't know where the murder weapon is. Blue door is presumably what goes to the secret passage, but I have no way of getting in there as best I can tell. I tried to establish my authority. I tried very hard. It did not want to happen for me today. The working class woman you met in front of the bookstore admitted that her husband is missing. Chances are the guy is drinking somewhere with his buddies. Find him and bring him home if possible. Definitely don't think we've run into him. 2 signatures for Everard from people in a place I cannot currently access. Smoker on the balcony. Find a way inside the large apartment building in the north. No idea where to begin with that. I do want all the armor pieces, but again, no idea where to begin. I'm not buying the trousers from Kuno. I'm not even convinced he'd sell them to me at the moment. I don't know if he likes me enough. Or respects me enough, at least. Keep searching for the caller despite lacking any obvious leads. Don't know who else to ask about the tattoos. I've yet to come across somebody who seems to have anything to say about them. No idea who accessed the trash. Don't know where my badge is, but miracles happen. We do, after all, have the ICP in the game, as has been repeatedly established. Find the armored gloves. Yep, little girl in the fishing village. A fishing village I have never been to, because it is currently blocked off. I guess it's bedtime. The only other thing to do would be to maybe read some stuff, but we might as well do it in our own bedroom, because, you know, it's raining and stuff out here, and then inside the place, everyone is just so mean to me. I don't think I could... I don't think my morale could sustain the bullying and the ridicule that I would receive from across the cafeteria if I attempted to nerd it up with some literature in this vicinity, so I'm just going to go upstairs. Just go solo mode. Hoping that 9 is the threshold for letting me into my room, because if not... I mean, I'm sure I can go in at any time. I have the key. But it is also, you know, pretty much the end of the day. So, the encyclopedia checker in the mirror alleges to have actually opened.
Bathroom wall.
And it has done.
It's barely covered in steam anymore. You see your face, such as it is without the expression. It's just hairy.
I'm sad the expression's gone. It doesn't appear now. I don't see myself when I look in the mirror. I just see nothing. That's kind of messed up too in its own way, to be honest with you. So, still nothing to do with this. Why do I have a mysterious door in my ensuite? And why can't I even comment on the fact that it doesn't seem to do anything? Well. Guess we read a little bit. It is dark in this room. Are any of these I haven't looked at? Like, we looked at this one.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right.
I mean, having spoken to Joyce about this, we know that it's the boots! Oh, look at his boots! Damn, he looks fly as hell.
Oh! What?
Sorry, I need to stop pressing that for at least the rest of the day. Yeah, we know now that this is kind of a map of where he's been as a sailor, I think. Or at least that's what Joyce was suggesting, so maybe we can dig into that.
For you to discover. Someone close to the victim might know.
I guess not. Seems it's going to be a while till we get more kind of decent headway on that. There's got to be other stuff to read. I'm just unclear on what I've actually gone through and what I haven't. Could get some of the case files done. I don't think I read this. The leading intellectual organ of Martinez communism offers a radical Mazovian perspective on a range of contemporary issues. The cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Frissel with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head. Let's get back to the ledger, though.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kitchen tissue is stuck to the back.
Kitchen tissue.
It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
Fuck it, let's do all of them. The next walled mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Wait, do I ever find out who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options.
I just got to focus for a sec. So my partner, JV, and I'm DB, Dubois, which means combined we are JVDB. James Van Der Beek of Dawson's Creek fame, and Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23. So this was the dream team. This was clearly the most iconic duo that anyone had ever encountered. Most of all me, because it included me. I don't know what happened to this partner, but whatever saw the dissolution of the fucking crime-fighting JVDB, it was sad. I know that much. Keep the mural.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us.
They're all very absolute. The middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature.
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
Yeah, you asked. You literally forced me to weigh in. Fuck you. Ooh. I want to read another one because I have time to, but I will die of shame in my room if any of these contain anything that is even slightly upsetting to me, which is troubling. When the alternative is just go to sleep and heal all of my morale for free instantly, I think I'm going to have to press the 6 key and walk away.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
Alright. Hate to see it. I wanted to dig further into some of those, but I was about to fucking die, so let's not. About to die with no other way to heal. I mean, I could run back to the shop, but do I really want to run to the shop just to buy magnesium so I can keep my morale up, so I can stay up late doom scrolling my own history? That just doesn't seem like a particularly good choice for me to make for myself, you know, so I'm gonna go to bed.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting, but it's yours. You've earned it.
I just have to hope that going to bed early confers some kind of a bonus, even though I know it can't and won't, and I'm just wasting time. But without going down to the shop to spend money that I barely have on more magnesium, I mean, it's the trip above. It's the inconvenience of the thing. I don't want to go back to the shop. Like, I'm just going to go to sleep. At least Kim Kitsuragi will be back when I wake up, hopefully.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Is this another but sleep doesn't come? Because since I first encountered that, every time I'm properly exhausted and I get into bed thinking like, yeah, I'm going to actually sleep for once, my brain just hears the narrator going, but sleep doesn't come. And then it doesn't. It just doesn't. But apparently I'm falling asleep tonight.
Here we are again, my broken bud.
Or not.
The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Brother man? Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That's the most brutally relatable shit of all time. I can't lie the way I would comfortably lie in bed, which is somewhat curled up, because sciatic nerves are motherfuckers. I don't recommend them. If I could rip that thing out of my spine and use it like Richter's whip from Castlevania, I would. I don't need that shit.
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing.
Wait, wasn't this the express to fuck Allborough?
Now you've gone off the rails, baby. Now you're stuck sitting here by the tracks, admiring the wreck around you. You just can't help it, looking at yourself. The sum total of your accomplishments. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
Just get me out of here then. Back to the other place.
Oh, baby boy, you're already in the other place. There's no nourishment for you tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe if you took a lot of drugs before you go to sleep.
Oh God.
That'd do the trick.
He's calling me out.
Maybe if you weren't so hard on yourself.
He's calling me out.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
I know I keep saying it. I'm saying it too much. I should probably say it less. I love this game so much. God damn. God damn. Well, I got my morale back. Time to lose it all to people being horrible to me again. Another day at the office. What's my hand doing? It's like I'm holding... Oh no, I actually am holding the... It's the polyhedron, right? I thought it was like in Max Payne when you're holding one gun, but he's set up to hold two, so he's just... His hands are holding two guns, but one of them's just empty, and it's just contorted like he's holding it. But that's not what's happened. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. God, I forgot I could do that. I rarely zoom in far enough to realize I can shake my head aggressively at people when they disrespect me. I'm severely underutilizing this functionality. But I am going to stop this here, because it's a new day, and that's a very fresh start for whenever I loop back around. And as was visible before I took the camera off because there was no reason having it there anymore, the sun has descended around me. I'm now shrouded in darkness, and I think that is probably a good indicator of me, you know, being done here, essentially. thanks for being here. I love this game. I keep saying it, but I can't stop. It's 2 playthroughs that I've been doing, and every moment of both of those has just been an absolute delight to me. I'm consistently fascinated and engaged by this game, so... Hey Marty, I appreciate that, thank you. I'll be back at some point soon. Tomorrow. I'm currently aiming to just be live at some point every day because it leaves like a demonstrable little tick on like a calendar. It's like, hey, you existed on this day. There's like an alibi for, you know, if anyone tries to do me for a crime, I'll be like, hey, look, no, I was streaming. Because otherwise, you know, you wouldn't know I exist, really. Which is comfortable. Sometimes, but then you settle down for bed and you get, you know, everything that my character just had yelling at me for being, you know, feeling ways about myself, so. So I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, I felt like I had something else to say, but I can't remember what it is, so I'm just gonna shrink away. Thanks for being here. As ever, I hope you're doing okay. And as I have said repeatedly when finishing streams, I hope it doesn't come across as disingenuous that sounds like a pre-rehearsed spiel at this point. The hope is a real one. And I would like for that to be of use to somebody. But I appreciate if it comes across as disingenuous, it kind of probably has the opposite effect, and I don't want that. But I do, nonetheless. I can't lie, I hope you're doing okay. And I'll be back. Look after yourself.